please don't. I guess I can close this. Do I have to speak in like a YouTube manner? You think? Yo guys! What's going on? My name is Beauty Pie. Bros. should I keep that? Okay, I guess we're starting from now. Or from there, I guess. This feels weird. I regret doing this, but yeah, this is gonna be a tutorial for, I guess, intermediate runners. Or beginners. I'm gonna have some beginner stuff in this, but just extra stuff that I think people could do. I need to launch up KZ. Yeah, I already regret it. But yeah, I kind of expect you to know at least some stuff of the run. Maybe watch Sooner's tutorial. We're gonna do the tutorial, Cubics. Right now. I need to set up the cam. Fuck, I should. This is not great. I'm not gonna lie. Do I need the cam? I'm gonna let you guys decide that. I don't really feel like fixing that because I fucked it up, or I messed it up earlier, but Thomas said I should have it. Maybe I could like put it on for like certain specific things. I think I'm okay. Okay. Dude, I had to go from the start? Okay. I am not good at this. Well, I guess I can start from like when you get control link, and I guess the first thing that you could do, like, I can upload a state here. But one thing that I do that I don't see, like, or I didn't do when I was a beginner, and I don't think Sooner I went over it, is how to do this turn fast. Which basically how you, it's very hard, it's kind of hard to explain, but you want to hold up left out of this cutscene. And you kind of just do a quick turn as soon as you see that Link starts moving. Not too fast though, because if you do it too fast, you're gonna get something like that can happen. First of all, that you target, like the distance between targeting is too fast, so it doesn't actually turn around. But it shouldn't be too hard to do if you play around with it, and it usually gives you like a good straight angle every time. I guess I should go over like Rupee. This can happen if you try and go too fast, that you get like this sort of an angle, which is bad. So I kind of delay it more than I would during a normal quick turnaround. Don't do that. But yeah, once I hear the target sound again after exiting the cave, I just turn around. And then I do 2 rolls. Do a normal jump for this one, and then I do roll jumps for all of these. Make sure to pull sword between one of those because it's cool. I was debating on if I wanted to use like different save states for this to like speed things up and not have to watch cutscenes, but I guess I think I'm just gonna watch them. And also, this is for Aliens route for people on YouTube that don't know what route I'm using, but a lot of this is gonna be useful for 2 bottle route as well. Because you basically use the same strats for 2-bottle route, except for... I guess I could go over some of the stuff, at least the things I know from 2-bottle route, like... I might go over the jump from day 2 grave to day 1 grave. What you should look for. I don't know a specific setup, but I usually get by with how I do it. Yeah, I'm not gonna go over text mashing or anything. Just make sure that you don't see a blue triangle or square whenever the text box is done, but it doesn't... It's not like reset worthy if you don't get it. What's up, Bram? Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna need it, because this is gonna be harder than doing an actual run. But yeah, also, I am gonna go over the rupee route that I use here, because I guess that's like an intermediate strat. I didn't use it until I got like almost sub 250, but I think it could be worth doing even before that, maybe around like sub 3 level. So you want to get 3 rupees from there. I think I do have a save state for that. There. But yeah, as soon as I get control, I do 2 spins up left, and then the 3rd spin I get the rupees. You kind of have to get used to how the bushes kind of move, or how to react to the bushes. And sometimes that can happen, and yeah, sometimes they are weird and can like push you away from the bushes, so you don't get the rupee. But yeah, then you just do a 4th spin to the door. See. I guess I don't know really how to explain how I aim for this, but I aim for the first one, then I just go slightly right, and I usually get the 3rd one on the way. I don't know what to say between these text boxes, so I'm just gonna shut the fuck up. But yeah, go down to the lower platform here. Usually you can just hold upright for that. Sometimes the camera can be weird if you're going for like a very optimal line. But usually you kind of have to hold in between upright and right, so like in between the 2 notches. Yeah, do just 2 spins. Okay, I guess I kind of have to explain this. I wait until he does the 4th like leg movement, or the struggle that he does to stay afloat, until I drop. Then I go to around this dot, I guess, so I hold up left from that, and move to... I hold up right, sorry. That was too much. You could probably go earlier as well, but... and I actually don't know the frame data for this, but... I think you can use double click A, so you do 1 click to do the side hop, and then use release and repress it very fast. I think as long as you're holding A before you touch the flower, you're good. And if you mess it up, it's like a second. Oh shit. But yeah, and try to land as quickly as possible, because flying is very slow as Deku. Here, again, here you do spins. Try to stay on a good line throughout the whole thing. And once I get about around here, I target and I just do a backflip and spin into the cutscene trigger with this beautiful man. I guess I should, yeah, I'm gonna do that in this upcoming to go over like inverted side hops, because I guess that's good to know for some things. It lets you go faster. But again, I'm also doing this just for people that have been running for a little bit and just want new strats to do, or wants weights where they can like improve their time and like implement new stuff. I do recommend Sunar's tutorial for like absolute beginners. So here, what I do, I hold kind of in between up, left, and up out of this, and just target as quickly as I can, and then side hop. Sometimes you have to hold down left if you get like a bad angle. Huh? That's really weird. Okay. See, I hold. I guess I should. Yeah, like in between, in between the two notches. As soon as I see that's a very bad angle. I guess you cannot hold. Okay, that's really, I've never seen that happen before. Favor left, I guess, or I favor up left, and you side up into the next loading zone. Again, sometimes if you have a bad angle, you have to hold like, kind of go in between left and down left. Here you spin twice, and I guess here is where I should explain inverted side hops. Since, yeah, the camera is bad in this game, and if I would do like a left side hop, if I would do a left side hop by pressing left right now, I think this actually works, yeah. But if I would do like, or I guess not left, I guess right. If I would do it now, it would not work. He's spinning because he thinks I'm holding forwards because the camera is bad. And if I would do left, I would do a backflip. Hold left. But if I hold up, he does a much faster side hop in comparison to me doing like actually targeting and waiting for the camera to settle. And you can use this everywhere where you do side hops, where you do the first side up, and then you switch to left, and then do more side hops. Or I guess right in that situation. So from here you want to do 2 spins and do a side hop while holding up. I kind of delayed the second spin. Also, and you want to kind of time it so you land on the flower. And your goal here is to have like a straight camera angle, because then you can stay targeted, and you just hold down left and try to align yourself with the door, not with the fence, obviously, and then use backwalk all the way to the fence. Like I've seen some people do. Damn. where they don't go into target and then you spin, which I don't know if that's slower or not. I think it's slower, but I don't know how much, by how much. But you get like this angle is really bad. If you get a bad angle like this, you just stop the back walk and start spinning instead. One visual cue you can use is the black line that I'm standing on right now is aligned with the door, so you can just, as long as you're standing like on there, you're fine. I'll do it one more time. But yeah, there I saw that my angle wasn't perfect, so I kind of adjusted how I did the backwalking section, or how far left I went when flying. Here you want to do those inverted side hops, 2 of them, because the camera doesn't settle for like a while. So what I do from this, I hold down left, and I kind of just time in 2 side hops and not spin, and hold down left after. So you like curve around the corner. This was way harder to do from a safe state. And then go to grandma. I probably won't be this like specific about things for later stuff, but first cycle is something that at least I wanted to improve on a lot when I got to a better level. Yeah, you talked to her twice, like always. Here's also a place where inverted side hops are good. I don't know if they're called inverted side hops, I just call them that because reasons. But from this door, you want to flick left, and then do target and up. And then for the rest of these, I do like 1 or 2 to the right, and the rest of them I kind of go further up to like in between up, right, and right. Because if I would do them all to the right, I wouldn't be able to do as many side hops. So you want to like align yourself with the like desk, and you do that by switching to in between up, right, and right. So again, do left, not that. Left, inverted side up, and then switch to upright. Or almost upright. Dude, hopefully this will be decent. Because I am in shambles right now, but we're gonna do good, chat. Okay. But yeah, talk to this guy, and now we're gonna collect a bunch of rupees because chest is slow, and we don't like taking the chest. I don't know. I don't know for when I should recommend this rupee route. Like again, I did not do it until I had like almost up to 50. I should have gone over that. But yeah, from there you wanna back flip on top of this table. I target, hold like down right for like half a second, then I use backflip. I switch down back to down and then backflip. Spin to get this, and then walk out the door. Yeah, I should mention that if you want to, for this rupee route, because there is some RNG to it, you can get extra rupees in the intro section where I showed up how to get the first 3. I think Cube told me to get 5, which makes this makes you get a lot more runs going. So that's something to think about. 6 or 7 is good. Okay, 6 or 7. Sorry. Okay. But yeah. And then we go to North Clocktown. I'm gonna try and explain how to get these rupees as best as I can. And a lot of people do this differently. I know Matteo does this differently than I do it. And yeah, a lot of people used to get these rupees differently, but I'm gonna try and explain this to the best of my ability. I go for the far left bush first. And I guess I'll show how I do it first. So I go for this bush first, go around, then I get these two, and then this as my last one. And the reason why I get that one as my last one is because that is, or the way I do it, the way I do is because sometimes the bush can like go inside of the tree, and like it moves through the tree, and if you go to it too early, it will be in the tree and you won't be able to get it. And if you're able to get it, there's a big chance that the rupee spawns inside of the tree, and then it's going to be very hard for you to get the rupee. And that's why you delay that one, even though it would make sense to go for it before these two. But for this, you kind of want to just play around with what angle you're holding and how, like, just get used to getting Keaton Bush's rupees in general. Like I missed one there. If you missed that one, just go get it. It doesn't, as long as you can make it to the clock tower in time, nothing matters. But here you want to walk down a little bit before backwalking, because otherwise you will target that sign above the mayor's office. So take a couple steps down, switch, flick up, and then start backwalking. I backwalk until like here, and then do 3 spins, side up, and get the stray fairy. Then you want to go back. We're gonna go back to North Clocktown a lot. Here, it's basically the same thing, but I do it in the other direction here. So I do 3 spins. You can do 4. I don't know why I do 3 spins. I just like doing that, just to like align myself a little better. And for this one, I kind of take the first bush and then you swing left, and then you just hold forward for the next 2. And then you want to curve around. I think this is for the same reason. This first bush that I'm getting would be the one that goes through the tree. I guess that doesn't matter if you do it to the left. I think, yeah, I think going to the right here just puts you in a better position to go to the fairy fountain later. But if you find that left works better for you, go left side. But you want to spin to the fairy fountain. It's not really worth to backwalk here, I think, at least from what I've seen. Yeah, after first cycle, I'm gonna be less like specific about like certain time saves or like movement, but and I learned for this text, what you want to do is press B at the start of the text box to make it start scrolling, and then mash A and C up. Because if you didn't know, you can mash text with C up in this game, and it acts like A and not B, which they act differently. I usually only press B and then I mash A because I don't really like mashing C up, or I just mash B and A at the same time. But yeah, here's the same thing again. I go for the same bush again. Again, just try to do this the best you can. Again, a lot of people do it very differently, so if you don't like how I do it, find another way. Or look at other runners. Here we want to shoot, and this is the RNG part. We want to shoot that target, the basket, and then... This was great RNG, I think. Yeah, be careful when you spin here, because there is a sign that you can get. This was insane RNG. You want to get as many rupees as possible, but they can get stuck at the top. If that happens and you don't have enough rupees, you want to at least have 38 coming out of here. And we're gonna do the North Clocktown bushes one more time. But if you get less than 38, you can either reset, like some people do, or after this trip, you just go back into North Clocktown and get the last rupees you need, which will usually be around like 4 or 5. But if you get 38 or 39 or 40, and not 41 like I just got, and this is where movement actually matters, because if you would just get 50 here, getting all of this would be very free. But there are also rupees inside the clock tower, so you have to do an extra gainer, unfortunately. But if you shoot that middle one, and you just kind of have to react to where the rupees are dropping, and there's 3 extra there. Okay, and then we got our 50 rupees we need for the bomb bag, and we got magic, which is all that we need. Also, you want to wait for him to go all the way up to the table before talking to him. And that's because you don't want in-game time to stop moving. That's the only reason. And if you talk to him before that, the cutscene about him moving to the desk is gonna advance in-game time, and you don't want, or it's not gonna advance in-game time. It's gonna stop the in-game time from advancing, which you don't want. And then this is just the same as your normal, except I suck. Yeah, you do a gainer, get up to the clock tower, shoot Skull Kid. I'm not gonna watch these cutscenes. Yeah, you just target him, shoot him like you normally would. But yeah, here after these text, I'm gonna change these equips. I equip Ocarina and bombs on the Ocarina equip after getting Ocarina. You can wait with equipping bombs if you want to. Some equip it during the Big Octo skip. Pause if you do a pause on Big Octo skip, which I'm gonna show you how to do later. But yeah, from after the title cutscene, after you've talked to a Happy Mask Salesman, become a child again. You wanna, from here, I hold up right here for a little bit, then I do a roll, 4 side ups, and hold left while I hit down. Then you want to line up a backwalk too. This is a very bad angle. When I'm backwalk out of Clocktown. I should also, okay, for tutorial reasons, I'm just gonna invert now. When it comes to, if you're like new to skipping the Song of Time after Woodfall or Lens, or whenever you play Song of Time, I think there's like 3 different locations you can do it. There's not really much I can tell you about when to play Inverted Song of Time. I would just recommend, if you're just switching to this route, just play it right when you get Control Link. Maybe right after the owl, so you don't have to worry about the camera for hitting the owl. But here, at least, just try to find a good place to invert. You will notice that when doing runs, if you invert at the start and you're too early to aliens, you could try and invert later, or you could do what I didn't do and go into KZ and try to do like runs in KZ, or you could see like at what time you want to exit the ranch and still make it to aliens. But yeah, here I equip Deku Mask, turn Deku, and if I don't get the bomb drop here, I'm gonna spawn in bombs, because yeah, you just want to backwalk until you get to the bushes. You can kind of use the enemy music here as a cue to know when you're about to hit the bushes because of the slime that's close to them. And you're looking for a bomb drop here. I did not get one, so I'm gonna sheep. Just 5 bombs is enough. If you get more, get it. When I had sub 3, this is the place where I inverted. For people who are around that level. You might be better off inverting later, but again, there's not really much I can tell you about when to invert. That's something that unfortunately you gotta just test around with your, or like play around with yourself. This cutscene I'm actually gonna watch because I want to see the ear again. Also, if anyone in chat has a better way of explaining stuff, please let me know. Or if there's anything I'm missing, because again, right now I wanted to explain first cycle in like at least a little bit more like movement wise, but from here on out I'm not gonna be super duper specific about things. I'm also gonna worry about different strats and how to do certain things in different ways. And hopefully I know enough. That you go into swamp like you would. I do one spin here, and then I line up the backwalk and backwalk. Try not to hit that tree, but if you do, I guess it's fine. Once I see that last flower, I start moving, or start spinning regularly. That's a hard word. Yeah, sometimes I do check, or I don't check the full bush, but I do get some of those just to get some extra rupees in case I need them. Yeah, and then you line up a backwalk around that corner and enter into the forest. And just do your typical movement here. Try to keep as good of a line as possible. I don't know if it matters if you turn human before talking to her the first time, but just make sure that you're human when you talk to her the second time. And line up a backwalk here. You want to be as close to like the top of like that ledge there, to be as close as possible to this ladder. Then get your bottle. I usually hold like slightly down left here and do a roll. Sometimes I talk to her like instantly. Sometimes I struggle a little bit, but I could walk you through it, mimic at least what I do later. But yeah, you want to be Deku, like right after talking to her. You just do normal little pad movement over to the big octo skip, which I'm gonna try and explain to the best of my ability. But yeah, from here you can do two things. One of them I don't do, one of them I do. You can either try and like set up your camera here and then jump over to the lily pad. Make sure not to be too close. I don't know exactly where the like line goes, but I guess a good reference is like Link's foot is like to the left of a white line right here. If you pass that, then you're gonna get eaten. How should I explain this? There are certain like indents on, or like alcoves of sorts, on the lily pad, and the one that's down left, the furthest down left, is the one I'm looking at, and you kind of just want to align Deku Link to the right of that. If you're in this position here, Link's right foot from his perspective, so the foot to the left from our perspective, that being lined up with the alcove should be good enough. And that's kind of what I use. You can be a little bit further. Screw you. You can be a little bit further right. So I know like this works. There's a slight gap in between, but I know it works. Also, that can happen. So if the Octo shoots you, it means you've faced him for too long. I think. That's my like suspicion about it. But yeah, just make sure you're lined up with that alcove. Turn around, and how I personally do this, which might be, I don't know, wrong. It works for me most of the time. Is I line up with this like very small like indent here, maybe a little right, so you're like half in the outer part of that thing. Actually, I use my clock to line this up. Sorry, I go into B, so how you would shoot bubbles, and then I line it up kind of like this with the very top of the clock. You can also aim like further right, but depending on how you aim is like kind of changes how you do it, I think, and when you want to go. But usually what I look for is for the little pad to be around the middle and it being aligned like this. So the clock, I know some people go when the clock is like aligned with the corner, with the corner of this big stone here. But when it's coming from the right and moving left, I kind of wait until it's just past the like outer corner, and I mash pause out of the transform, and I'm looking for this frame. So he hasn't taken a step, but he has turned around. I'm gonna fail it now, watch. No, okay, it worked. And from that frame, you just wanna roll. So you wanna roll up, grab the ledge, turn back, Deku. drop down, and then you maneuver to the other side. But you can also do it when there's a different like movements that a little bit can do, but it's usually around the same. Just kind of make sure that you aim, you end up, if the lily pad is coming from the right, you aim very close to like the corner, maybe with the line with the corner even. If it's coming from the left, I don't really have a visual cue, but you want to go a lot earlier, so don't align yourself with the corner, because the frames that like pass when you're moving will make it so you're on like end up on this side, since it's moving from the left and not from the right. But if it's moving from the left, I would go around like here, maybe let one more frame pass or something. And that works. If it's, I'm gonna try and wait a little bit to see, because it can always also move backwards and forwards. It's kind of doing that right now, but not in the way I want it to. So we're gonna sit here for a while in silence. Probably not in silence, but it is not giving me the RNG that I want. Also, as long as you're in this C-up camera, you have as much time as you want to. The Octo will not shoot you, because it's off screen and it's very cold right now. I really want this to. It always happens in runs, and I have to adjust accordingly in runs, but now it's not happening at all. Okay, either if that happens, I usually aim so I align it myself to where I want it to be if I would come from the right. If the lily pad would like move left to right. And I go around when the lily pad is in the middle. It's kind of doing that right now. I usually don't pause for that, but and you don't need to. But yeah, so you want to, if you're able to target Octorok, you will bounce faster, which means you will avoid faster, which is good. But it can also fuck up your camera if you miss the target and he voids like mid you trying to target Octo. So what I normally do is just try to at least target. I don't know if this works because the lily pad moved like last second. Okay, I at least try to target this wall, because this will set up the camera in the same way every time. And when spawning again, well, I hold up right here, because there's like some weird collision. If I would hold straight up, he would move very slowly. I forgot to put on a save state, so we're doing this again. This might not work, this might be too early. Okay. But yeah, so I hold up right up until about here. Once he passes like the middle point of the stone, and from here I hold up left, and then you would usually spin there. But that was bad. Yeah, drop down, hold up right, and then spin around there. And then you want to get eaten by this, and it will send you out on the other side. Hopefully that was good enough explained. I might have missed something. But that's the cues I'm looking for. At least that's all the cues I'm looking for. Unfortunately, I could not show the back and forth, like the, I guess, up and down movement of the lily pad. But we might go back to this later. But yeah, in the Capella's there's a couple of different movements you can do. There is a, which I don't know, but if you want to see that, look at Matt the Link's PB, because I think he does it there's like a side hop version to skip these guys. Where you like, I don't know, you like land on top of this fence that way and then you just backflip over. But what I do is I spin until this last red white line, turn human and hold upright and roll here, which puts me over here. I flick right and then I do an inverted side hop left. So I hold left to do the side hop. Or what you could do is wait for the camera to settle if you're worried. But, oops. White line, upright, and then you want to backflip over these guys. And then we're gonna do a bomb boost, because bomb boosts are cool and fast. And this is why you want a bomb drop at the beginning of the cycle, because it lets you skip basically all the RNG in Deku Palace. And it also lets you have more bombs, so you don't have to pick up as many later. But I pull bomb like right around here, because the timing works out, so I can basically go for the bomb boost right away. I pick up, which would look something like that. If you're not comfortable with it, you can always pull it later. But you want to make sure that you get the 20 rupee, and if you need extra rupees, pick up some of the greens as well. But normally you have enough rupees, but going like that would usually is enough. You need at least 40 when you enter the bean seller's hideout or a grotto. So yeah, you pull bomb. Make sure not to hold shield there, because that will give you a recoil flip. You want to backflip over to this side, because you cannot roll to that side. Or I've seen also some people, nice. I've seen some people do a side hop, which I guess that's personal. Oops, I'm bad at the game. I'm actually bad at the game. But yeah, you just want to go when the bomb is like is about to explode. But yeah, some people do a side hop. Here you have a couple of options. You can play it very safe and go into this corner, because this will make it so the gainer you're about to do is you have 2 frames instead of 1 frame. If you want to be fast, you just come from here and go here and do it. But if you're not confident with gainers and you prefer doing 2-frame gainers, which I apparently cannot do, being next to a wall makes it a 2-frame gainer. I think that makes it a 2-frame gainer at least. But yeah, you want to do side ups in this grotto and buy 5 beans from this guy, which one is free, which is why you only need 40 rupees. Okay, you want to roll out. Here you have the same choice to make. You can either do a 1-frame gainer, which in this direction is pretty difficult because you have to go like down right. Or kind of right even for the backflip. Or you can do it here, which makes it even freer than the first one, because this torch prevents you from going backwards. So here, I think you could even just do a normal backflip. Like you don't even have, you don't even have to retarget. You can just hold target through the whole thing and not even do a gainer, because the torch pushes you forward. Yeah, you want to go into this grotto. make your way over to the other side. Here, out of this, you want to hold down and do a roll, then do 3 side hops holding right. So you, like that. And once you get about here, you need to react to what the Deku Scrub is doing. If he's moving by the time you get here, you need to go around here and then go like around him. Which I kind of want to get that movement. Yeah, like this. And you go 1 roll there and then 1 roll down. You can go like, not like that, not that close, but you can go pretty close to him. Okay, did not do that movement this time. If you get good RNG, and I hope I get good RNG here. Nope. Let's keep going until I get good RNG. If you get good RNG, you can make your way at a better line. And go like in front of him. I think, yeah, you can even go like over here. As you don't go back. Because he will start moving pretty fast. But yeah. Roll over. And here you would just do, I think, sooner went over this. Do whatever method of this you like. Get to the flower. And try and make this cycle. How I know if I'm on a, if I can make this is, first of all, if I didn't make any mistakes, I'm sure I can make it. But I look at the wall of leaves. That's below link right now. If I'm past that point, I cannot make it. But this would make it, I think. Let's actually look. But the further away, the closer you need to go on top, on this like platform. Let me... So if I was faster and didn't spend time in the like flower like I did there, and go for as fast as I can. Oops. Well, this was bad. But yeah, you just try and go as fast as possible, but if you're unsure, you just look at the wall. Like even this, I think works. Yeah. If you're far away, go for like this corner here. And then you get Sonata. I'm gonna skip this cutscene. Also, apparently shaded in on the bottom. Here you just want to backwalk, and then either you curve the bounce, because I switched to down left from here to land back up on the ground, and it doesn't really spend time. You don't really spend time like moving to set up the backwalk. I think theoretically, not bouncing at all and doing like that is faster. But when we get out here, you spin over to this, and you're doing what you normally would do and do the pop-up jump. Spin over to the flower. And game. Yippee. I just realized this is gonna take a while, but we got all night. Let's take the deck flower over to the other side. Coming up here, which I think it's faster to do side hops across the water here, because you just hold right, do two right side ups here to get to the first lily pad. Like that. Oh, it's actually 3 side ups, sorry. And then when you land here, you do 1 more. And then you release target during those. So it's 3 side ups to, and then a couple bounces to get to the lily pad. And then when you land, you do another one to bounce all the way over here. You want to spin these guys to stun them and then walk around them. Or if you're scared of that, you shoot them. If this guy can do 2 things. If he shoots at you, you can kill him right away. If he looks around and does not shoot you, he will always go below the flower before you can kill him. So he's wait for him to pop back up, spin, get a Deku stick apparently. I hate this game. Let's do this. Let's redo that. But yeah, normally you can make it even though you got the better RNG. So that's how you want to do that movement. Before, I used to stun the first guy, but then I would kill this guy just because of that reason. But yeah, here he shoots at me so I can kill him right away. Try to make it into the flower before that guy hits you. Which is possible with both RNG situations. Try to avoid getting Deku Nuts. And here is just normal. I also realize, okay, it doesn't really matter, but oh yeah, here. What I do here is oops, don't do that. I pause to equip bottle before this cutscene starts, and then out of unpause, I drink the bottle. So you drink it during the cutscene. You can also equip it before this, and then, which is what most people do, and then try to mash drinking the bottle instead, or time it, whatever you prefer. But you want, if you don't get it, you don't get it. It's fine. You're just gonna have to drink it before getting hot spring water later. You get nuts, you get a stick, and then fly straight into Woodfall. Try to get a spin before you go over the flower there, because you're able to. Sometimes you get like sucked in by the flower when you don't want to. But yeah, do your, I don't remember what this trick is called, but the backflip on top of the root. Oops. You get bombs, and I usually just get the magic there even though I don't want it. Take this flower. If you repress and hold A during those bounces there, he will enter the flower on the first frame when he lands on it. So you can like input buffer that. But only wait until he starts like bouncing. So if you got a bomb drop, you want to take damage here from this guy. Because we're gonna skip getting damaged later in the dungeon by going into the water on the way to the boss key fight. So you just want to walk here, don't spin, let him attack you. If you don't get a bomb drop, don't do that. Or there's no need to do it. I guess you can technically, but yeah, take damage from that guy. So here we're gonna do block skip, which is not too bad once you get used to it. But we're gonna spin all the way over to this torch and turn human. Pause, and if you got a bomb drop, again, you don't have to do this if you didn't get a bomb drop. But if you got a bomb drop, equip deck, stick, and bombs. If you didn't get a bomb drop, only equip stick. So if you didn't get a bomb drop, your equips would be like this. But if you got a bomb drop, equip it. And so what I do here is I light the torch and not light the torch, light the stick, and actually successfully light the stick, hopefully. And do 2 rolls around this path. And from here I do a roll upright. Here you kind of want to shift Link so he's slightly more right, because if you don't, you will bonk into this, which is very bad. If you do that, you basically have to restart the whole thing. But yeah, pull stick, 2 rolls, 1 upright, and here shift Link's position to the right, so he's like to the right of that pole. Do another roll jump. Don't do that. But for the most part of this, you just want to hold upright. Especially on this part here, just hold upright once you land on this platform and do 2 rolls. It looks scary, but he will make it if you're holding upright and have the right angle. Sometimes, like there, you kind of have to adjust, because I jumped up very early there, or much earlier than before, so I switched it up there midair just to curve his jump a little bit. And then you want to light the torch. I'm trying to think of stuff to like point out about it, but just make sure that you're moving a little bit, linked a little bit to the right before this pole, and you should be able to make it. Here, so I do some specific movements to set up. Don't do that. To set up the roll to get to the other side there. So I hold right out of this cutscene, and once I hit about here, I switch to upright and roll. Never mind. It's awkward when... And here you want to side up these. And then once I hit about here, I try to not have the stick burn. Doing this slowly is very hard because of the stick. But you want to be kind of faster in this section. So if you want to, you can play it safe. I just try to adjust to what the camera is giving me. Also, the camera is not giving me that great right now. But what you can do is like target, then roll twice. Or you can do it without worrying about the camera, which is very scary, but it's faster. Make way up here. Do your typical business where you backflip up here and not light all the free torches. I like pulling my sword on this last one. I just press B right before it hits. You can also pull sword here. But yeah, you do the recoil slash. I should probably go over that, actually, because I see a lot of people doing that much safer than they need to. Also, for here, I forgot to go over this. I do 2 rolls here, and then I pull sword right before hitting the thing. If you do it with a good timing, he will pull sword without slashing it, because he will be interrupted by the cutscene of going up the stairs. But yeah, I just pulled sword there. Oh, this camera was weird. Okay. But yeah, so how I do this is I just kind of go as early as possible. Because and you kind of want to have kind of a diagonal angle. But what I do is go up here and then flick upright. So I get around here and hold upright. Like all of these work. That one was pretty scary, but as long as you're like on the earlier part of this and don't have too much of like a right angle, like this does work, yeah. I'm trying to get it to not work. Okay, this doesn't work. Even if I would have gotten the jump slash there, but okay, I'm going a little bit too far right. But as long as you're like favoring, I guess like left. Yeah. And then you just want to roll over. So here, out of this door here, I hold up left and I use spam bombs to throw that bomb over there. This will land one of the like plants at the bottom. And only do that if you got a bomb drop. Again, everything that has to do with bombs in this dungeon, do that if you only if you got a bomb drop. Because otherwise you won't have enough bombs. And then make your way over here. And you could hear him dying right there. And this fight is used normal. I roll twice upright, because usually the camera works for that. And try to work with RNG. That fight would always be stupid, but it is what it is. Here, your equips here will be, oh my god, if you equipped bomb as well, your cursor will hover above bombs, so you would just flick upright and equip bow. If you didn't equip bombs, it would hover over stick, and you would flick up or press up left and then equip bow over stick, and then backwalk to the end there. And if you exploded that flower earlier, you want to roll like in between up, left, and up, and then roll over and jump to this. And that is what we skip. We skip taking 2 damage there, which is why we want to get damaged by the Dekubaba. Okay, I'm gonna go over 2 different ways of doing this fight. First of all, I press bow here to quick draw bow before entering. Shoot this guy twice. From here, I'll look at where the camera is facing compared to what Link is. So, since it's facing to Link's left, I know the turtle is gonna spawn to the left. And I'm gonna go over the easier way of doing this first, which is still pretty fast, but there's a very fast way of doing this. But from this cutscene, you want to pull bomb and go left. If you saw from the cutscene that he was on the right side of Link, you want to do the same thing but to the right. And after that, depending on how much health you have, this is different. But for this, I would probably just pull bomb and then go into him again. Or you could also put down a bomb in front of you and back up a bit, because that would make you take 2 hearts, because then the bomb would hit you and not them. And that would look like something like this. And you try to aim as best you can. You can target that as well. It is slower. But if you want to play it safe, do that instead. So the faster strat, which is I don't go for it if I don't get a bomb drop in Woodfall, or at the start of the cycle. But you will do the exact same start. He comes from the right now. So I'm gonna pull bomb and walk right and go into him. Here, I just wanna shoot him. Here, when I hit him, I target, pull bomb, and start walking a little bit away from the turtle. And you wanna shoot the bomb right before. I guess I could just do this. Right before he does his last jump on the turtle. Which this is a very scary strat, but I want to show it off, at least so people have an understanding for it. If I can aim. Okay, that was too early. If you send the turtle away, that means you shot the bomb too early. And that is what you want. If you shot it too late, nothing happens. To either the frog or the turtle. But yeah, and then for the last thing, at least with this health, I would just throw the bomb on him. And then kill him. Which is kind of stupid. You gotta get used to aiming and like how to back your aiming up if you miss and stuff. But with some practice, not too bad. I don't recommend the faster version there for anyone except for like people with all really good times. But it's good to know. Just know that if you didn't get a bomb drop in terminal field and you missed that strat, you are fucked. But yeah, here you wanna shield drop a bomb and then open the door to go through and get to the chest as fast as possible. Just roll into it, spamming A, and you will open it. And then out of this text box, you just wanna hold down after mashing through the text. Make sure not to slash your sword or roll, but that will give you a quick kill because it kills you during the sound effect. Yeah, then use the normal stuff, warp back to Clocktown, and we're going to Snowhead. I just do one roll left, 2 rolls up here, and then I side up in. You wanna side up these, since it's a slope. It's faster to do side ups. Oops. Sometimes Link cannot aim. Yeah, you just want to find good angles here to backwalk. And then I pull bomb right when I hit like the top of this slope, so like right there. I do an inverted backflip there just to be able to backflip earlier. Then use backwalk up here. So you would press target up and A to do the backflip for the first one, and then you would switch to down and do the rest of the backflips. from hitting that owl, I use hold right, do a roll and target, and then I do a quick turn. There, on ice, you usually want to do a side hop to get momentum going before starting to do rolls. Also, ultimately you get 2 sticks. That is where I get my second stick, by just rolling through the block. Ultimately, you don't need any more sticks for the rest of the run. If you want to pick up extra, you can. But those are the 2 I go for. For this, how should I explain this? When I go for skipping the owl here, I kind of align myself just with the left, like slightly left of the corner, like this. This is the first jump. I think you can be even more left. But yeah, you just wanna. This is kind of how I position myself. And then from here, I hold slightly right of up. I loaded up very. Give me 1 sec. Landscape jumps. There we go. But yeah. Yes, line yourself up with that. I do. From here, I switch to holding slightly right. Here, I switch to holding right. Here, I switch to up left. Then to up right. And then here, I do in between up left and up left and up. I do 1 roll there to try to get a bomb drop. If I don't get a bomb drop in Termina, the bomb drop you get from here is even more important. Technically not necessary, but if you want to, you can slash some bushes if you don't get a bomb drop. But you get lens. Away from here. And then go to Mountain Village again. Just like normal. Here you probably use the same. You equip lens and Deku mask. Turn Deku. Here's another bomb drop you can get, which is why it's not as important to get the bomb drop from lens, like more bomb drops from the landscape. Try to get as far right as possible here without losing too much time. And then you do 6 climbs to the right, and then start going up again. If you're not far enough right, 6 will not be enough. But as long as you're like just on the edge of the ladder, you should be good. And then you do 1 left here. And I don't know how many right it is for the last one, but do enough. And then you would, as normal, you can actually do this like play Song of Healing pretty early. I do it about right around here. Just make sure that the lens. I don't think this works. Just make sure the lens is fully like popped in before you turn human. Okay, I'm gonna skip this cutscene. That didn't work either. Okay. It does work, trust me. But you can play around a little bit with the positioning, but if you want to play it safe and go closer, you can go closer. Now, this is... Where am I? There. So this is a pretty scary segment for people who are not used to it. If you didn't get the red potion drink in Woodfall, you would just drink it as Deku here. I use Deku to get around to the other side, then turn Goron. Yeah, here. This is gonna take a while to explain. So, actually, before I do anything, I'm gonna go down here and I'm gonna talk a bit about ESS rolling. Or not call it quick rolling, because otherwise Cube is gonna scream at me. But quick, normally, Goron Link, when he rolls on snow or on ice or on sand, he takes a while to build up, or he goes very slow until he gets spikes. But if you, what I do is I take like a step, then I curl. You can do it from a standstill as well. But if you go kind of like ESS, but not really, it's beyond ESS, which ESS is slightly outside of the dead zone of your controller. You get just a normal roll. So how I would do it, and I have the input viewer up here for this. Oh no, the hot spring water. Is I start before even curling. I hold up to take like a step. Then I hold A. Then I move my stick down a bit and then back up, which would look like that. Which is like the best way I can explain it. And the way I'm gonna show you guys how to do this, you kind of, I guess you don't really need to know how to ESS roll. I'm gonna show you a couple ways you can do it. I'm gonna start off with the fastest way of doing it. You would pick up the hot spring water. And here, I guess what you could do, I'm just gonna put down a save state here, is charge up and get spikes like this. Just make sure to bounce off that right wall. How I do it is I walk a bit and then I do an ESS roll. Into the wall instead, so I don't have to wait for that charge up time. And I don't really look for anything here, to be honest. I just kind of go after I walked a couple of steps. If you walk too early, the Goron will talk to you. But here, so what I do here, which is very scary, but I'm gonna show you a couple of different ways of doing this. I'm gonna start up with the hardest thing to do. Is I start ESS rolling upright, and then I kinda, you wanna delay so you get spikes before leaving the bridge, because you wanna go off the bridge. So start off rolling right. Oh god. I'm actually just gonna put down a save state, entering this. So I hold up right, take a couple of steps, ESS roll, then delay the roll so I get spikes here. And what I look for, I guess I could show that off first before I do it, is that black dot. That the top of my clock is looking at right now. So you want to go kind of, oh god, you want to go kind of towards that, but favor a little bit to the right. Also, I'm not getting spikes. that did not work. But yeah, your goal is to keep spikes the entire way. So you mid jump, you want to curve. Normally, I think I switched to upright, like this. But your goal is to get at least of a jump as possible. Sometimes with certain angles you don't get a jump at all, and that's very scary. But that's how that looks. This is also another trick you're gonna have to mess around with a little bit and get used to it. You make sure you get spikes before the bridge, and do not bonk on the pole. Another way you can do this is just get spikes again, but don't really care about angle, and then you just drop the roll when you land on the bridge and then roll in, which is the way I did it for a very long time. And the last way you can do it, and for that part it doesn't really matter what angle you have because you're gonna stop the roll either way. What I would do is at least try to land on the bridge and start the roll on the bridge, because then you don't have to worry about ESS rolling. And the last thing you can do, which I've never done, but I guess you could charge up the roll like this and do the same thing, but where you like stop. You can also do that if you get that, but yeah, I would just recommend, if you feel bad, like if you don't feel comfortable keeping spikes all the way, you just drop the roll and then keep rolling once you hit the bridge. Yeah, we make a. Hopefully, I'm good enough on the hot spring water timer now, which you have a decent amount of leniency with it. Yeah, so for this, I kind of talked to the baby from around here. If you go a bit to the right, you will always target the baby first. If you're like in this corner, like you cannot even target that guy. But if you're over here, there's a very big chance that you target this guy. So you just talk to the baby. I do ESS rolls here, try to delay it as much as possible to get spikes. I guess I'm gonna have to start over from here now. I also do ESS roll here. Try to get the pound under the door frame, so it's a shorter pound. Just roll up here. And that's how you want that to be. Turn around, I do ESS rolling. Like that. You could also just do this. Here is also, okay. This is a spot where I don't really know movement that you could do. I don't know what the best movement is if you don't ESS roll. What I do is I ESS roll and then just curve it right instantly. And once I'm up at the top, I'm gonna have to do another ESS roll, because otherwise this happens. But if you do another ESS roll, you just get there quicker. So ESS roll first, and then once you're up here, do another ESS roll. I guess what you could do... This is very slow. but you could walk up there. I guess you could do something like this as well. Yeah, so there I didn't even ASS roll. But yeah, and then you just go over here. Once you get here, you just roll in between those, the wall and the pole. Drop the hot spring water and then mash B. Try to be as close as possible when dropping the hot spring water. And then you talk to this guy. Roll up here. I do stop my roll here and then realign myself. Don't do that. But yeah, I usually don't target there. But, okay, don't try and ESS roll on this slope, because that's gonna end badly. But yeah, and then do the exact same thing to get back to the kid. I'm gonna skip over that part though. Let's go over. Let's move to, I guess, Path to Snowhead. Here you have a couple options. Normally, you could either use charge up a roll, which I did for the longest time, because doing ESS rolls here is very weird. But if you take a path that the tutorial shows more about how not to, yes. But yeah, as long as you take the path, a pathing that leads over this spot, also hello key. So if you ESS roll here and roll there, and after that point, after this, like, I guess corner here, then you start turning left, you don't lose spikes. Because if you don't do that, it would look something like this. Well, okay, well, obviously. I've had so many runs die to this, and now I don't lose spikes here. At some points, there's a chance of you losing spikes if you take the wrong path. So I would just go over to this corner, curve it, and then, or you can use charge up normally. Take the left path here because you want to jump as little as possible. So I'm gonna try my best to explain how I do. So a lot of people, at least that I've talked to, are afraid of doing the full roll inside of the, like, into Snowhead. Also mash B here. Mash B after playing the song because he does a punch and it saves 1 frame. You're welcome, Cube. But yeah, I don't know if it's just 1 frame. Let's say it's 1 frame. Also here, if you need another bomb drop, this is another bomb drop. I usually go for this one. What I usually would use, ESS roll, grab the bomb drop, and then go on my normal way. So it's very hard to explain how I do this movement. But I just try and stay in the middle. If you go too far, on too good of a line here, you will get a bunch of like mini hops. I guess you can take this line. But the most important part is, here's where people stop a lot and stop the roll. Just to play it safer and do this. Don't do that. But I don't know. I don't really know what I look for. But after a certain point, I just hold left or right, and then it works. So I try to stay as much in the middle as possible here. Just to, I hold in between up and upright, and kind of nudge myself to the right every now and then whenever I need to. And once I get about it did not pause. Okay, let's do that again. did that pause to get audio back on KZ, because KZ is really good and gets rid of my audio. But yeah, I guess once I'm about here, I start holding right. Which, it's like the best way I can explain it. I just look for that certain point and then it's usually good. But yeah, here in Snowhead, we're gonna do a couple of gore and bomb boosts and some scary tricks, but it should, with some practice, should be easy enough. You can, first of all, you want to do a slow roll here, because you don't get that bonk. And here, okay, this trick I don't know how I do, but I'm gonna try and explain it what I do. I roll over here and try and get as straight an angle as possible. And then I don't do an ESS roll. Please don't do that. Hold straight until I get spikes. Once I see that I jump, probably a little bit before that, I start holding left. And that will put you by the door. So again, try and get a straight angle. Not usually that left, not usually that late cube that I did there, but like right when I'm on top of the ramp, I hold left. I usually don't, like, I think the other day was like the first time that I had missed it in general. But you kind of want to stop the roll. Am I not supposed to be frozen there? You kind of want to stop the roll at a good spot so you don't like get the bonk. And from here, hold down right, roll for a bit, and then stop. That's kind of a feeling thing. Try a couple of things out. You can also use walk, but yeah, we're coming up to our first bomb boost, and this is gonna skip a key. So for this, you do your normal stuff. Also, my equips are weird. Here I turn human, and then pick up this. So what I look for when it comes to bomb boosts, I've seen, I guess I could go over, I think some people go over here and do 2 crouch stabs, drop a bomb, and then curl up his Goron. I don't know. I've never liked that. Alright, 1 crouch stab, okay. I have never seen the point of that. But I pull bomb at the end of the key, drop it, and then do the bomb boost. I kind of look for the third fast flash. I know everybody counts flashes differently. But I pull the bomb. Oh my god, camera. Third fast flash. Jump up. This one is more lenient than the other one we're gonna do in this dungeon. But what you can do is pause. Try to time the pause with when the bomb is about to explode, because as long as you're high up enough, as long as you do the pound itself at a good time, the first explosion frame will always work. So if you're just starting out with, or just now from this video, learning how to do this route, and you don't find Goron bomb boosts easy, or you're not used to it, this can be a good way of implementing them and not losing too much time to doing them safer. You can also, what I did for the longest time until like last week, is I did the bomb boost on top of this. Because this one is even more lenient than that one. And then I would turn human and jump over. You can also use pull bomb later if you're worried about it. So you could do this. Or again, you can do the crouch stab method where you apparently one crouch stab. And the same would work for that. Get inside here, pull a bombus. Let's redo that. Pull a bomb as early as possible. And it's a very small time saver, but make sure to face away from the wall when you're shielding the bomb. Because that will push Link backwards instead of pushing it away from the wall if you would shield the bomb facing the wall. There's also a couple of strats you can do in this room. What I do is I climb up this ledge and then I throw the bomb, and you kind of want to hold slightly left of up here to do an angle jump, which in quick success look like that. I just kind of hold up and then rotate to and that usually works out. Again, you can see me getting flinged backwards further away from where I want to be if I shield it like that. If you want to shield this bomb, make sure to shield it facing away from the chest, because that will push it towards the chest. The other strat you can do is the same thing. I would just recommend throwing the bomb as quickly as you can here. But you can go inside of this corner and do a gainer. If you really want to play it safe. Actually, no, I would not recommend doing that. You just either do the gainer or the curve jump. I guess you could technically do like something like this. Yeah, I know. I've seen some people dislike doing the curve jump and do the gainer instead. But the curve jump is faster by far, so I would recommend getting used to that. Even I would say even if you miss this jump, like I guess if you like do, like even if that happens, I would just try and go for it again. I don't know. I don't know if when you would use the gainer as a backup, but because if you fall down like this, I would just climb up and try it again. Or I guess, yeah, if you don't feel comfortable enough doing it, just do the gainer. Fastest way of doing this, if you miss a jump and yeah, okay, so if you end up on the right side of the wall and when you miss it, you just do the gainer. If you're also worried about going too fast or like you're not comfortable with it, you can also, what I used to do, I used to shield turn, throw the bomb and then do it. And optimally you don't shield the bomb there, you take damage. But in this next room coming up, if you mess up too many of the bomb boosts, you get to crit health, which you don't want to be. Or it's scary if you are. So for this room, you want to do another bomb boost. I start off with rolling like between up, left, and up. And I do 2 rolls like that. Pull the bomb midair. Drop the bomb, turn Goron. And then use another bomb boost that I missed that time. But again, what I did for the longest time, up until last week, was I would do one pause. Just to make sure. If you're too early, I'm gonna try and go too early here. I think this still works. So let's try doing... okay, if I'm too late, which if I notice like, okay, a lot of frames have gone by since the bomb exploded, you stay curled, because you won't take damage. If you uncurl while the bomb is exploding and it's too late, you will miss the bomb boost. Like if that happens, and I know, okay, this is not gonna work, just keep holding A. Kill off any bows if you need to, and then... okay, I did not do that, but... but yeah, just try it again. This one, I would recommend pause buffering if you like, if you're not comfortable with Goron bomb boosts even more, just because this one is much scarier to miss. But if you feel comfortable enough to do it unbuffered, you can always do it unbuffered. Oops. I apparently cannot do it unbuffered. I think the bows made it explode earlier there. But yeah. Here, okay, so if you want to play this safe, you want to align, exiting this door, you want to align yourself kind of to the right of the middle. It's like maybe somewhere here, like half of the right side, like the right half of the door, maybe. Maybe a little bit, I don't know, somewhere around here. It's not that precise at all. But what you want to do, you want to go through there. You want to shield target and then shield turn right. And then do one side out to the left. From here we're going to do a Goron curl. While still holding target. And don't hold it too long. Don't do what I just did. You want to make sure you release it so you land on, so you're still able to land on this part, and this just skips going around. Also, make sure to release target before you land on the other side. Make sure to hold target for as long as you can, and then release target, and then release A, or release them both at the same time. If you don't release target, this will happen, which I guess you could backwalk to the door if you want to, but what I recommend doing is release target, and then I would retarget. Also, why am I messing this up? I would retarget when I land. And then ESS roll to the door. What you can do if you want to go fast, you can enter from like here and adjust mid-roll. So if you start rolling, you can like scoot up a bit by flicking to like upright. Just make sure you do it before you actually get spikes. But yeah. Now for this fight. There's a cutscene skip you can do with this, which I think Sunar went over, but I'm gonna just go over what I look for. For this fight, I just do the first two hits normally. I'm gonna put down a save state here. This is kind of, or I guess, what am I looking for when I do this fight? Does this work? Yeah. So after I do this hit, I do a Goron Pound, because the Goron Pound hitbox stays for a very long time compared to a punch or anything else that Goron Link does. I'm stupid. So I ground pound, and then ground pound. That was too early. I don't really. I kind of look at how far he's in the phase transition, which I'm thinking about it too much now, but I don't really know how to explain it. But it's something you just get used to. So that was too late. And then as soon as I hear him, I walk backwards a bit and then go to face him again. Can I stop doing that? Let's put down a save state here instead. So ground pound. Not too early. I think I know why that missed, but as soon as I hear him make the noise again, I react to it. I do not try to pre-fire it. I cannot hit this. Oh god. As soon as I hear him start doing like trying to do the phase transition again, I use mash B. And that will end up with the end of the combo hitting him. Which... it's very hard to explain, but the first hit is pretty free. And then I just wait for the noise to appear again, the like... the wood noise. Or like the windy noise of him spawning in again, I guess. And then you wanna hit him with your butt. Again, I think that's like the best way I could explain it, but if you have like other visual cues you find or want to look for other visual cues, you can do that. Maybe look at what other runners do. And that's just what I look for. I don't really have a visual cue for the first hit, for the ground pound. But it's pretty lenient. That was too late. Like, even that worked, and that felt like it was way too early. But yeah, after fires here, we're gonna do the exact same thing to get to our next location that we did to get here. So the like twisted Goran roll. If you want to, you can go slightly right here. Or you can just do the faster way where you kind of like nudge yourself over here. When you land, turn to human, equip fire arrows, shoot the eyes. Roll over here. Here when I roll as Goran. Oh, I did not have enough magic. I'm also dead. I am actually dead if I continue. Let me just do this. Try not to die. And that's probably the best tip I could give you. But yeah, you want to go through here as human. I do hold up left here. Up left to roll, and then do 3 rolls. Wait for them to like try and hit you, the first guy to try and hit you. And then, if I can, do another roll. You kind of have to react to it. Once I get here, I look for the first black line on the floor. And I pull bomb on that first black line. On the last, or on the third black line, so not the one I'm approaching right now, but the one after, I switch to upright and throw the bomb. So like that. And that will explode balls down there. Hopefully I put down a safe state. Yeah. And then... Did that work? That did not work. Okay. Weird. And then... Without stopping my movement, I go like up left to up right to try to get like a diagonal angle. Up left, up right to walk around, and then I time my jump slash to get in. If in some situations, if you have a good enough angle, you can just grab the ledge instead of jump slashing. Like that. For that, I guess you have to jump off a little bit closer towards the tunnel though. So do something like this. Not that. But I would just recommend doing the jump slash. I do jump slash cancel these, yes. I guess I could talk about that. Jump slash cancels are a way to make your jump slash stop quicker. So Link gets like this animation where it's like, okay, before he can start move again. So I'm holding down after each one of these. But if you spin your control stick at the end of the jump slash, you can move much quicker compared to the. So what I would do is throw the bomb, run off, slash, jump slash cancel, and then I do one fire arrow shot there if I have enough magic, and then I break the last 2 I score on. What you also can do if you want to play the safe, slash to the edge, shoot it with fire arrows, and then but the bomb strat is not as bad if you know where to throw it and where to pull it. Okay, for this, there's 2 different strats here. Hopefully I remember how to do the beginner one or the non-ancestral one. But I think you curl up and hold up left. Yeah. Which I think should be in Sunar's tutorial as well. And then you just try to stop the roll. So you hit the... If you keep holding the roll, this happens. First of all, you don't want that. But you just try to stop the roll as best you can to land over here. What I do is I target and then I do an ESS roll, if I can do an ESS roll, and just fling off to the side. So I go from up to up right and try to align myself so I go off like here, which doing the first strat that I showed, the holding up left, is fine. It works. It doesn't lose too much time. If you're comfortable enough to do ESS rolls, do the other strat. If you're not comfortable with ESS rolls, I would definitely not recommend doing this, because that will just end up with you doing something like this. Oops. Okay, even that worked, okay. But you want to... Ultimately, you want to get a ESS roll as early as possible, but you can back it up if you don't get it. But yeah, but for this, the only thing you need to practice is when you release A. And then I would just roll over here. And for this fight, it's basically just exactly the same thing. It's a bit harder in some situations. Oops. He's gonna spawn over there in that location during the second phase transition. So you just do the same thing again. The Qs are still exactly the same. I'm not gonna show it because I don't feel like going over trying to get the right RNG, because it might just not happen. If he spawns in this position, you want to go into this corner, punch him, turn around as quickly as possible, and then pound as fast as you can, where it still would hit him. So during the punch, I kind of hold down, roll target, then ground pound. It does, you can do it, you can make it, but it's pretty tight. But it's trying to get there as fast as possible. So we get the boss key. I get it as human because I have a specific way of doing movement for this next tunnel jump. But you can also do it as Goron and do more movement as Goron. But yeah, you want to exit out this door. Here I do one roll left and then up left. And then around this line I jump over here. The reason why I'm showing this is because it puts you in it kind of puts the timing for the bomb throw kind of easy. So roll, jump over here, pull bomb. And then once I'm at this line, I just hold forward because the camera aligns itself well enough so I could throw it and it just works out. Throw it there. In some ways I find this jump easier. But you just do exactly the same thing. Just make sure to pull bomb mid-jump. Or I do it like kinda as soon as I can. Do another jump set side so. End game. Also, I guess the visual cue I look for to do the jump slash is just me being past the roof of the tunnel. But yeah, that should be pretty easy. Or again, you can use fire arrows the exact same way you would do on the first tunnel jump if you're not confident in the bomb throw. And also, I use target and start rolling without ESS roll. Also, what's up, Whale? Thank you so much for the raid. I'm making a Glitchless tutorial for YouTube, so sorry if I'm not interacting much with chat. But welcome everyone. I hope you enjoy my scuffed tutorial. But yeah, I forgot you just take off Goron mask, equip Ocarina and bow. Here on the goat fight, I'm gonna show off how to do the faster shooting strat, or what I do for it at least. Normally, I think Sunar went over the 159 strat, so you shoot one arrow, side hop back, shoot 5 arrows, side hop back, and then 9. But for this, I stand like right around here, so I'm gonna see if there's a good way for me to show this. So that black like squishy part is what I look for. Also, I need to pause because right now KZ is buggy and he does not run as fast. So this black line, I tried to be as straight as possible from the get-go, because if I do that, I can use flick left, and I should have a good enough angle to shoot him. So I stand about here. Shoot 5 shots. Try to time the timing of the shots is very hard to explain. I think it could work if you used go right before the arrow before it hits him. So that was too early. Too early. Yeah, so you don't want to do like too right away. So I do kind of react to the first arrow, like hitting him. And for these first 5, you don't have to be super fast. There was actually too fast. You want to make sure that he's actually running towards you before you kill him. Because then the heart container will spawn. Okay, so that was too slow. So yeah, you should do this strat if you're confident in you being able to... That was way off. And you being able to get those first 5 shots fast enough. I missed. Otherwise, you just do the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the 9. For this, you kind of want to go very slow, because otherwise he won't run at you before you kill him. So for the less, I do count these in my head. Just for this, I guess for this strat I count to 9, and then I wait until I notice that he starts running towards me. Oops. Because if he don't, he will end up on the complete opposite side of the arena from where you are, and you would have to spend a lot of time getting to the actual blue orb. Okay, there I actually lost count, but it worked out. What you can also do after the last shot, you could also do press target and roll. That would put you slightly closer to the heart container. I don't do that, but yeah. Here, get the heart container. Please just do. Or I think everyone gets this heart container at least. And then get the remains. I'm gonna skip this cutscene. But that's Snowhead. Now for the most fun part of the game. So for this, eyes do roll on the right side of the house. For this movement is really stupid and I hate it, but you charge up a roll, no ESS roll. I guess you could do an ESS roll, but roll over here, and don't be afraid of water. You can go more left. I usually go more left. So you can go around here and then swing back. Most of the time I do lose spikes on that jump, which I don't really understand why. I've never asked about it, but whatever you do, don't do that. Okay, so there you don't lose spikes, but if you have spikes and you're scared, you can do the exact same thing as the hot spring water thing I talked about, and you stop, and then roll. Which I don't know if that's the optimal movement. That's the movement I do, and it works out. And that's the movement I've seen some other people do. Side hop to grab that edge, then roll down. Here for these throws, you kind of want to angle yourself so you throw them to, I guess when you turn around it's the left wall. Because you're gonna go to the left, so you want to just try and be as far left as you can here. Back walk. When you land here, flick up left. This became a very bad angle, but you kind of want to get to like where I went up there on the staircase. So not where you would get the jump to get up on the staircase, but where you could still walk without getting the jump. But I just flick left and get whatever angle I get there. Line up here. Get inverted camera apparently. Yeah, do another back walk. Here to prevent getting pixeled here, you want to go so you touch the left like pole of this next bridge. And one to know you did it correctly is if you see that I get kind of popped out. Don't do that. There's a lot of things you're not supposed to do. But yeah, you get like a little pop. You like get pushed down. Then you throw this. Here you want to go like right over here and then throw the keg. Because then when you roll up, you can push it even closer. And that would skip you having to carry the keg further. So go over in this corner, throw it up, roll towards it. Even that is fine. Make sure not to talk to the sign though. Okay, Goron race. I'm gonna try and explain this again to the best of my ability. But first of all, one mistake that I made a lot, you can be very far away to talk to this guy. You can be like right here and talk to him. So you don't have to do this. What I do is just go for a little bit and talk like over here. Let's make sure you target him. Okay. So when it comes to Goron race, I will say 90% of the time, if you lose the race, it's your fault. I don't want to be harsh, but that's the stone cold truth. Maybe even more. I'm gonna try and go over what I look for and what I do to prevent losing spikes. One thing that I've noticed when like practicing this more and learning this more is the rubber banding is really awful in this race, but that also means that if they're ahead of you, they're gonna go very slow. So you can catch up to them. Even if you lose spikes, there's a pretty big chance that you can catch up to them unless you get completely screwed over once you lose spikes. Also, give me 1 sec. But yeah, how you want to start off this race is I hold right. As soon as I see the 3, I start curling up. Or I don't really have a visual cue for this, but I get, let's say, like right now, and then I hold down right, switch to right, and just get spikes right off the beginning. I don't know if which magics are optimal to get. I'm just gonna go over which ones I get. I go for these first ones here because they're usually pretty safe. One thing I can tell you right off the bat is if you notice that a Gorn is getting close to you, like right here, always go into them. Because if they go into you, they will send you off to a Narnia. And you don't want that. But if you also go into them, you will keep a pretty straight path. Like that. You can get these magics if you want to. Try to avoid getting hit here. At least on these upward slopes. And I guess in the air as well. I think you lose spikes if you get hit in the air. Sometimes it works out. This second slope, I can kind of, at least the first part, it's kind of guaranteed that you lose spikes if you get hit. So try to avoid that. Also, I'm going to go through this a couple of times. So, just to get different types of RNG to see, like show off different things. But during this tree section is very scary because some of them can come from absolutely nowhere and hit you, and you end up bonking a tree and you lose spikes that way. If you notice that a lot of them are behind you, I would take a slightly slower route, but a safer route that doesn't have as many trees. Like that. Again, you can see that guy in front of me is going very slowly, and I'm very quickly catching up to him. By the way, that magic I just got, only get that if you need to. That is also a risky area to where I guess that whole ramp is, but you're for sure losing spikes if you get hit on that like steeper slope. And what I said about hitting them before they hit you is even more important on this bridge. Because if they hit you on this bridge, they will send you off. They will send you off the bridge. But like right there, I needed magic and I saw that he was gonna get the other magic, so I took a slower path to get more magic. I'm not worried here because I know I'm going to catch up to this guy. Hit him before he hits me. And then that's a win. I'm going to do it a couple more times just to get some different types of RNG. Curl up, hold down right, switch to right. Sometimes you can even hit that first guy, which I don't think that makes that much of a difference, because thanks to the rubber banding, he has more than enough time to catch up to you either way. But I'm gonna hit that guy. This guy is in front of me. I'm gonna hit that guy. I don't really need that magic. This is kind of more scary, but here's a place where I would kind of play it more safe than try to play fast. So I would go off to the right. Not this much, but I guess this still works. Never mind. Let's restart that. Don't look at that. I got kind of unlucky with getting sent up as much as I did, because I didn't want to get hit there. So I did not go into them. But sometimes that happens. And I probably should have showed off, kind of backing that up. I'm getting stuck into this corner. Again, here, try to avoid getting hit here as much as possible, because there is a chance that they will make you lose spikes. And avoid that bomb. I saw him behind me, so I'm gonna take a slower path. Not this again. Okay, I think we're fine. Here I actually need magic, so I'm looking for magics that they don't get here, and they get all of them. Which is pretty bad. And I don't think I make it here, so I don't want to hit anyone here. But this is fine. They're gonna go very slowly because I'm slow. And I think I can catch up to this guy. Actually, I might not be. I could, okay. But yeah, if you're in that situation, always try to go for the hit on them and not use the finish line. Also, if they are coming up behind you and are getting very close to passing you, always go for the hit before the finish line as well. But you can see even there, he sent me off on a path that I didn't want to take. Here I don't want to get hit, and I got lucky. I took a little riskier path there, even though there was a lot of them around me. And I got lucky because of it. But yeah, before hitting this ramp, also I don't need this magic. This is just muscle memory to go for this, but I usually don't go for this in runs. If there's a lot of them behind you, try to hit them as much as possible before this ramp, I would say. That's what I do at least. Because that will send them back and there's less of them to annoy you during this actual ramp. There can always also come a Goron from the left here that jumps on the last ramp. So be careful with that. He can absolutely demolish you if you're not ready for it. But again, right now I'm not hearing any of them coming up behind me. So here I'm just trying to take the most optimal path. Try to avoid that guy when you're on the slope. Hit him so he doesn't win, and then boom. It's very hard to explain like everything when it comes to Goron race because I need like a very specific kind of RNG for everything. But that is basically it. The most dangerous areas are around the trees, on the big ramp with the free like even like steeper ramps around it. And then you want to avoid getting hit during like the hills that are at the end of the race. But as long as you're on flat ground, or on pretty flat ground, you are fine. Now you just make your way over. This save state is really late on in-game time. You come over here just to get the keg again. I don't have any magic either, which usually the last magic pots, that was a very weird movement. The last magic pots on the Goron race I usually tend to go for just so I have magic during this section. So I can use spikes. I pause at the turning Goron here, because I need to equip the keg either way. And if you press A during unpause lag, you will not talk to anything. So it prevents me from talking to the owl. Also, I did not pull keg. Pull keg, shoot the keg, and backflip. So you get a small like damage boost. Oops. This is actually really late on in-game time. But yeah, as long as you're here before night 1, you're fine. Or as long as you get past Garrow Mask before night 1, you're fine. But if you're just starting with the Song of Time skip, you would usually be here much earlier. Or aim to be here much earlier. I guess I could do this. You're gonna talk to her. We're not gonna watch the cutscene. I'm lazy. For the opponent minigame, there's a lot of different options you can do. The first option is go off to the right. Shoot that guy. Shoot that guy. Shoot that guy. Shoot that guy. Shoot these guys. This is very well explained, I know. Fight me later. This is very bad, but let me redo that. This is normally, or this is the version that I'm planning on implementing, but there is a, in my opinion, more beginner-friendly way of doing it. Oh my god. As you can see, I'm not doing this in runs yet. But yeah, you want to take this guy out and then go for the last two. Just over here and here. That is not a good time. I usually aim to be at least under 30 hours. Low 20s is good for me. But this is basically the route you want to take if you want to do this version. Oh. Come on. Okay. What I do now in runs, which I think is more beginner friendly, is do one dash and end up in this corner of the fence. Because now you're at a standstill, you don't have to worry about the point of moving as well. Shoot this guy, shoot the guy to the left. Shoot this guy, shoot this guy, shoot this guy. Start dashing over here. And take these guys out. I'm not the best person to show off this because I absolutely suck at this minigame, but like I'm happy to get a 25 in a run. As you can see, I'm much more comfortable with this version. So that's 24, that's not bad. Yeah, and then I've seen some people do this version where they shoot this guy, and you just go around the left side. Try the different things for this way, see what some other runners do. I personally hate this one. Not this balloon. Oh my god, now I hate this balloon. Oh yeah, these two. But yeah. My game crashed. And some like... Let's see if I can get my stuff to work again. My Wii to HDMI is pretty bad. So I need to do some fixes for it to work again. Okay, that is working, but I was expecting Casey to crash at some point. work. The funny part, this is gonna be in the video as well, so I'm not gonna edit this. So all the viewers are gonna have to sit through this. And don't you dare skip or fast forward. Hopefully it works. No, it works. Okay. Give me 1 sec. Boom, boom. Okay, we're back. So yeah, and for the Gyro race, which I'm not gonna be able to explain that much either. I don't know the top strats for Gyro race. I know of a time save you can do at the beginning to get like a head start. Also, I think I have to restart this again. Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. And that is, if you press B to pull out your bow and target, you can change the angle that you start with. So you can do this. So what I would do is do that and then hold right and then start the race. What I do here, I hold target for this race, just to be able to know where I'm going a bit easier. I find it more comfortable. If you don't hold target, but you can. Some people don't know it. I go down to 2 carrots left for the first start here and wait for them all to recharge. Oh, that's bad. Then I kind of did that badly. Try to space them out as much as possible. Kind of wait for... You get used to the timing of when you should use them all again. Or when you should use them. It's like when opponents start slowing down, I think. That's kind of what I go for at least. And then here, around here, I use... Once I have 1 left. Wait for 4 of them to respawn. Wait for the last 2 to respawn. Oh, the last turn was pretty bad. And then I should have 1 left here. And somehow that's a 46. But yeah, the main thing is this time save you can do in the beginning. Gives you a pretty decent head start. So go down to 2. Wait for them all to respawn. I kind of missed using 1 there, but... Okay, so that's a 47. But yeah, that's like kind of all I can explain about Gyro, like the Gorman Brothers race, because I don't know too much about it. As long as you win, otherwise it does, like anything else doesn't really matter, unless you're like going for top times. In-game time doesn't pass when you're in the race. So as long as you win. Let's hop to... Where is it? Grippe. which I don't think there's anything like specific until after like Macau, I think. It's just movement up till then. So we're just gonna skip right past to this. I think I have equips like this. So here I have like that. Gora mask, Sora mask, bow equipped. I would usually be uninverted here as well. Okay, this is not uninverted. I usually uninvert straight after the Gorman Brothers race, but also when I do runs, in-game time is not that late. It's usually around like 10 minutes until 5 p.m. When I get there, or at worst like 5 p.m. But you want to be uninverted here. Your main goal is to have a curiosity shop open, or be open when you get to Clock Tower. Which it opens at 10. Okay, just dive over to this place, the Pirate's Fortress. Here I hold A and hold up left, just to get a dive, and then do 2 rolls. Then I walk around the corner and do 2 more rolls to jump into the water. So walk around here. Oh, that's a slow roll. You can actually start diving right away here. You don't have to worry about the guards at all. As long as you're not too close to the left here. Right. Then dive up. Sometimes you can't bonk on that. If you bonk on that, I'm gonna... Or if you don't bonk on that, I should say. Right after you turn Sora here, you just want to hold right and roll off. Because then... Never mind, I lied. Let me do that again. I didn't get a dive, I think. This save state is really weird. What has happened? This is KZ for it. Okay, he's dive off. I cannot see anything. Okay, just keep diving here. I feel like I'm going very fast. Okay, it seems to be better now. So, if you don't bonk, just turn Sora and then dive off while holding right. Because then you can do dolphin dives here. Just to save some extra in time. If you do bonk there, don't do that. I would roll off like upright, hold upright, and roll off, and don't do dolphin dives. Because then the guard behind you is gonna see you. And also, make sure to release A before hitting these planks, and then hold A while you're hitting them, because that will let you start swimming again faster. Like you would. Again, a lot of stuff I don't go through just because I expect you to know some stuff. Since we do have this swimmer tutorial, which I probably link. I don't know if I have to ask them before doing that, but I'll probably link that in the description of this YouTube video. But yeah, here there's some movement. You can either just do normal movement here, swim around these, try to stop before You can get a dive if you keep going. Or you can do... I don't know if this is working. Okay, you can do that. Which you want to hold like in between upright and up. For this. And then roll off. Hold down during this to get a dive. And then hold right when you get to like the ledge. And you get that movement. Or you could just do something like this. Use your fins, and once it's about to hit, side up right, and normal. Stay on the left side here and do dolphin dives. Just then. So here, there's two ways of doing this, either as Sora or as human. I do a side hop after hitting that switch. As Sora, you kind of just wanna... How should I explain this? When Sora uses his fins, also time is not stopped or uninverted. That's really weird. He takes like this huge step forward. So to prevent yourself from moving too much, I take a huge step forward and then in the direction you don't want to shoot, I should say. And then step back into where you want to be. So I hold forward for the swing, and then before he gathers, I hold down, then hit. And then for the second throw, you want to be on the edge, do the exact same thing. Swing away to where you wouldn't fall off, and then hold in the direction you want to throw the fins at after. Because he does take like a big step while he's slashing, but then he takes a small step back if you, like in the next direction you're holding. It's just to keep yourself from falling while doing this. And if you don't like doing that, you can just turn human. Oops. Might as well just do that. Shoot it with the bone. Yeah, and then you want to jump down. Equip Goron. Doing a full Goron roll here, or not a full, but like Goron roll here at all can be very scary, but with some practice you should get used to it. I kind of roll down right, and then because that kind of aligns my camera pretty good. Here you also want to get spikes, or I guess if you're low on magic like I am right now, it might not be a good idea. But for this, so if you're playing on the JP version, which I expected you do, but some might not. If you play on the English version, you just do normal, climb up that part, go up there and shoot it from the top, which Sunar should have gone through, or I think Sunar went through that. For both versions actually. But a faster strat you can do is actually enter through this door, only on Japanese. Because this guard will not catch you right away. And what you do is you do a side up lift. I do... Never mind. God. Side up right. 2 rolls forward. After this I kind of curve my roll, so I like hold in between up, left, and up. Just to align myself so I can bonk this. I also quick draw bow during that time. Because you don't want to do too many rolls. So once I'm setting up, do that. And after you've bonked this crate, you want to walk forward until you're past this like wall to the left. And you want to side hop right, or to the right, sorry, I cannot. And then You want to line up and shoot the beehive. You do have, it's pretty lenient, but so you do have some time before they catch you. I'm actually gonna just sit here and wait. You do have a lot of time. That's even more than I thought you had. But just make sure to set up right as early as possible. And boom. Here you wanna turn Sora. Again, this should be pretty normal. You wanna use this chest to get to the fish tank and not use hookshot. And how I do this is, I kinda, before going on top of the chest, I line up with the, just take a step to the left like that, turn around, backflip. And here, you can either just try and time holding left and roll at the same time. Or you can hold left and pause, so it takes like some time to turn around. If you do this pause here, you want to equip bottle. On pause and then roll. Do an inverted side up. Which that is kind of left, but it's also not kind of left. So when I do that side hop, I press like in between left and up left. I thought this safe state was closer, but I forgot to put that one. Yeah, same thing. I like taking my time with my shots on that one, because you do have a lot of time. So I would rather just take time and hit the first shot compared to just spamming a bunch of shots, because that will usually lead to you panicking. Oh, go to for the left. Oh, never mind, don't do that. If you don't do that pause, also that can happen, don't do that. You want to do the pause when landing here. And that's why it's not bad to do that pause to do that roll, because you're gonna pause either way. Oops. But you want egg equipped. When you climb up here, just put on Goron. Try to keep the cursor on egg, because it's a very quick, just equipped to gold dust. Just hit right once. I think I'm going far too deep into movement to what I want to do with this tutorial, but certain things are worth pointing out. So now you just want to make your way to Curiosity Shop, which is not open yet, so I'm gonna load a save state where it is open. Shopping. Yeah, you want it to be 10 or later for this. Grab the fish. Grab the keg and choose. Oh my god. I got confused. Don't talk to them twice. Normally I aim to be around like 1140-ish here. when entering Ikana. Try and get some magic and some bombs from these bushes. If you have enough, don't go out of your way, but if you're low, try and get some. Like, I usually at least check this one at all times. But yeah, here I want it to be like 1140, but I would recommend being a little bit earlier, especially if you're starting out with the trot. Call Epona. If you're facing that direction, she's always going to spawn to the left. So I use roll left right away. Here, I shoot one of the bubbles balls still on Epona. I kind of take this long ass U-shaped thing just to get into a better position. Or I find it a better position. But what you can do is just go here as well. Shoot the bubble. That one is like the most dangerous one, because you don't want to get jinxed here. And this one you can like avoid pretty easily. So for the Kita fight, I kind of want to try and keep him in a corner so he can't get too far away from me. So here, hold target, shield drop bomb and spam ocarina. So how I do that is I kind of go, I pause here to equip bow and stick. Still want to have Goron equipped. So after I shoot him, I do a roll, and then I kind of align myself so I hit him off that way. So now he's in that corner. A lot of this fight is very stupid. Very, very stupid, and I hate it. Because sometimes stuff that should hit is not hitting, but yeah, you just want to try and keep him inside of this corner. Then when he does the jumps, go a little bit away. When he lands, go close, and then hit him again. I think the second hit that I do after he's in the corner, sometimes that happens, and then you just gotta react. Try and get him back into that corner. Where you hit him or where you hit him from doesn't matter for where he goes. So if I feel like he's too far right, I hit like his right foot to fling him. So here's too far right, so I hit his right foot, hit his left. Missing. Keep missing. Yeah, sometimes that can happen and you just gotta improvise at that point. But and this is the reason why I get the second stick, is so I can just jump slash him and not have to worry about storing jump slash before. Otherwise, if you store jump slash before and not hit him so you break the stick, you only need one stick. But since you're going past that deku stick either way, I think it's worth picking it up so you can just not have to worry about it. Okay. Let's see. Can I skip this cutscene? Don't crash. Okay, nice. So here, you want to do your best to press up and A on the same frame, because you can make that jump. If you're worried about it, put in a jump slash. With the jump slide, it is not difficult at all. I could probably... Okay, so don't take a step. Or, let me see. Yeah, so just try and hit them both on the same frame. It's not that hard. It might not even have to be on the same frame, I don't know. But once you get used to it, it's not that. Oh, these are different equips. Okay. Normally, my equips would be... wait. Like this here. So make sure to keep Goron, because you're gonna need it here, either way. So keep it there in the Kita fight. And equip Captain's Hat. Turn Goron. I try to get spikes here, just for the little speed boost at the end. Nice. If that happens, just walk away from him for a little bit. And then come back with Captain's Hat on. From here, you just hold right during this fall, and he will always do. He will always not fall. Like he will never fall off. I usually tend to, or I pull stick during this second jump. Do one roll, then use light torches. You don't have to pull sword there. I just like doing it. For this fight, I'm gonna show 3 different strats you can do. I am a big believer in that human strats for this are not good. The only thing that I would recommend is if you're really worried about second phase, you can use Choose to kill him, but we are gonna use Choose later. And the strat I'm gonna, at least the easiest strat I'm gonna show you is very easy. But how I do this, recommend do this fight, roll up to him, do 2 ground pounds. Then you want to alternate between punching and ground pounding. So you want to punch him when he's not hitting you, and then when he's about to hit you, do a ground pound, punch, ground pound. So it's gonna look like this. So go up, ground pound, another one, punch, wait for him to hit you, pound, or ground pound, punch, ground pound, punch. One more time. 2 ground pounds, a punch, a ground pound, punch, ground pound, a punch. Very easy. From at the start of second phase, if you're doing Goron strats, you wanna spam B. Spam the punch out of the cutscene. Do this first phase. Here's spam B. And I think the easiest way of doing this as Goron is just to do ground pounds at this point, whenever he's about to hit you. Let's do that. 2. Then 3. Try to like delay them a little bit, so you want to like jump over his attacks, basically. Wait a little bit, go again, wait, go again. That's the easiest Goron, like fully Goron strat for this. The next strat is just a change to the second phase. It's gonna be exactly the same for the first phase. 2 ground pounds. Punch, ground pound, punch, ground pound, punch. Here, I wait until he loses like his hit color, like so whenever you hit him he turns red. I kind of use that disappearing as my cue to punch again. I spit down a save state. Oh, accident. I know some people use that he starts swinging at you because, like, if you do it, like if you do it right, he will not hit you on the first part of his swing. So I don't know. It's just the time that you get down. I use the color of him to let me know when I should hit him again. So it disappeared, because that basically lets me know that he's vulnerable again, or he's about to be vulnerable, and the space in between the punch. And sometimes when you hit him, you push him far enough so he runs at you, and you can kind of notice when that happens. If that happens, I use him not running anymore as my bishop key. When he stops, that's when he's about to swing. Oh, there I went too early. Oops. I'm zoning out when doing this now. Okay, last strat for this. I went way too far. Bro thinks it's late. What is late? Okay, last strat for this, I do not recommend unless you're like Jess or going for like a top time, or if you're short on in-game time, because it can be good to know this as a backup, but this is much harder than anything else. I'm not gonna go too deep into it, but I'm gonna show it off and explain kind of what I look for. And you're gonna do only punches for both faces. So I usually like to start off kind of far away from him when I punch him, like here. I feel like that gives me the overhead swing for the first swing more often. Just because... Why? Okay. Just because that didn't happen. If you get the sideways swing, I would just recommend shielding. But if you get the overhead swing, just go to the side. Do not do combos. Oops. Again, this is a much harder strat and much more risky strat, but it saves in-game time. Don't do full combos for this. Just do single punches. Try to stay on the side, not too far. If you go too far behind him, this happens, and he will turn very quickly to hit you, like that, which you don't want. And that's it, and then it's exactly the same. Oops. But yeah, if he does the like, what's it called, horizontal slash as its first, just guard up like that. Go on the side and guard up. And then again you smash B out of this. And then boom. So that's Iron Knuckle fight. Hopefully I explained it well enough. I do definitely recommend just doing Goron strats for that. I personally just don't like the human strats, any of them. Okay, so skip this cutscene after Iron Knuckle. Why is that a thing? It's the second time it has happened. Be out of this, you chill out. You don't... Here you can roll over these like pitfalls. Human strats are for random plays, yeah. I like to equip my... These are weird equips. Okay, we're doing Wind Waker storage. I like to equip my stuff while mid-air from exiting this. Also, this is wrong. It's supposed to be there, which is Hookshot and then Paramask. Oops. Get over here. Just normal stuff. Okay, so for Ice Arrow skip, I have like some things that I look for, some visual cues to know if it's gonna work or not, or that I look at before even like getting there. I kind of align myself with this, the like just this part of the trunk or the roots, I guess. And then once I'm past the tree, I turn human. Here, I wait for a couple of seconds, or like 1 or 2 seconds, until I hear both the Octorok shoot. And that's mostly because if they're doing it while I'm on the edge, they're gonna fuck up my position. And once I hear them shoot, I can just go forward and they're both gonna miss. And once I'm in aim mode with the hookshot, they're never gonna shoot me. And this looks very tight, but it's not super tight. You just line up on like the side, and you shoot. Boom. You can go further right than that. And this also works. But yeah, that's kind of what I look for when it comes to that. I probably don't do a spin for that. And here, equip. If, I will say this, depending on how comfortable you are with aliens, I usually aim to enter aliens at about the latest 320, I would say. Maybe 325 at the absolute latest. But I kind of look, if it's 15 minutes until 3 o'clock, at least go for the cave. And also you would equip bow, if that was the case. Because you're gonna get to the cave at around like 3 p.m. and then it's gonna take too long for you to do the Gibdo stuff. And it's gonna be really tight for aliens. At best you might enter at like 3:30. But if it's like half past 2, I would try to go for the whole thing. Also, it depends on how comfortable you are with aliens and how late you want to be. But yeah, that's what I'm not gonna go too much into this part because there's not really any strats. There's not really much to go over. Go inside of here, play Song of Storms, just like you would do in a normal speedrun. But the best thing, if you can't make the whole thing, try to at least get to this cave. Even if it's like 3 o'clock, I would try and go for at least this cave. But again, if you're only comfortable with entering aliens at around like 3:15, then I would not go for this if it's 3 p.m. Because it takes around like 15 minutes to get here in game time. Maybe like 10 to 15, I don't know. But yeah, let's move on to aliens. Which here you want Goron, you want Bow, and you want Ocarina equipped. I do the same thing here. I turn Goron first, then I equip Bow, because you would have Ocarina choose Goron equipped. So I would turn Goron, pause, equip Bow, hold A auto and pause lag, and then roll. And for me right now, it's turning like 315. If you enter here, you don't really need to do barn shot. Also, nice color. What I would do in this situation is just go over here. Please shoot. Maybe you need to do barn shot. I don't know. Not really. But yeah. Any later than 315, I would do barn shot. Which I'm gonna try my best to explain barn shot. First of all, I try to stay on the main road until I get spikes, because if you go, there's a very big chance you lose spikes, or if you go like this. Especially if you're tight on time, try to stay on the main road until you get spikes, or when you're about to get spikes, and then use curve. Just like that. Here, I kind of stop around here. I don't really know. I don't have a visual cue. I just kind of go for whatever. And I aim. There's like 4, I guess 4.5, like things on the wall, like paintings, like a pattern. The second from the left is kind of around there. Is what I shoot. Oh my god. So around about there. It's kind of different depending on what in-game time you have, because the alien moves. But around like this second pattern is where I shoot. This is another thing I was like, go around, play around with it. And then for the rest of them, try to get as many you can with like as little errors as you can, because that saves time. Or it's like the more you shoot with one arrow, the less you have to worry, right? But I kind of, my limit is around like 320, 325. It's right around there. I'm gonna do the exact same thing. Get spikes. Oh, there you go. Sometimes I kind of wait for them to line up, even though it seems very scary. But it's just so I don't have to aim as much. But you at least, like, the limit I think is like 330. I wouldn't, unless you're a god gamer, I wouldn't recommend anyone go for that. But yeah, I know. I think Jess does the left ones first, and I think that's good if you enter at like 330, because they're more lined up if you do that, and then do barn shot after. But if you would do that when entering here, it would be very like weird. Oh, I think, yeah, but that's kind of what I look for, at least for barn shot. But yeah, once you're done with aliens, get the bottle. You're gonna sword back to Ikana. Equips are weird here. I kind of try and always get this bomb drop. Used to have bombs for the big Poe. But ultimately you enter here before the day transition. Here you want to equip beans, fish, and Gibdo. One thing to note about this in general when you're giving stuff to the Gibdos is the camera's gonna switch, but it's always gonna switch back to how it is right now when you're giving it to the Gibdo. So it's gonna switch to show that the door is opening, but I'm still holding right. And it's gonna be like that for every door. So here I'm gonna have to hold up. Here I equip bombs and nuts. So here, and also here I hold left. And for this, I'm gonna go over just the bomb strat for this big Poe fight, because the backup is you shoot him with arrows. Or the easy strat is you shoot him with arrows. What you want to do here is target and then... You gotta be kidding me. I forgot. My next tip is don't load save states in Ikana, because it will crash your KZ. Also, if there is anyone in the chat, feel free to ask something if you feel like you need to. If I didn't go over something very well. There's a very big chance that I don't explain stuff too well. I'm just gonna have to wait until my wheat HDMI actually acts right. God, he's pushed or punched my PC. Come on. I think part of this problem could be that my wheat HDMI is overheating somehow. Okay, there we go. Again, sorry about that, YouTube watchers. So I'm gonna try and go over it. I guess I have one take to go over it. Basically, the bomb strat for the big Poe is, and I think Sunar went over the start of it, because the start of this is the same with the bomb chew. I am gonna have to start over from Enterwell though. I actually think, wait, let me try something, because I think this... There, and now I should be able to load up save states. Actually, wait, let me do this. Boom, and then we warp to beneath the wall. From here, and then now I should be able to put down save states. Let's just do the clips now. Okay, sorry about that. If this crashes again, I'm never doing this shit again. I'm joking, of course. Yeah, so here I want to hold up right again. Just because of the camera. Fentatour, kind of, Thomas. Intermediate, I would say. But I'm going through some Fent stuff as well, yes. Alright, so here you want to equip Bomb Shoes, and so what I do for this is I hold target and then I do one roll forwards. Once I see that, like, the corners, there's two corners right now, like the ends of the walls that are around Link. Also, there's no unpause lag here. Okay, once that is all screen, I drop a Bomb Shoe and use a block forward. Like this. Here is very important. When you pull bomb here, is after he has taken damage and a little bit more. So you definitely react to him taking damage. You don't try to pre-fire it. Here, for the first one, I kind of just draw bomb as quickly as I can, or I time it to when he gets hit. But so bomb. For the bomb. He gets hit, draw a new one. Draw a new one. Draw a new one. Oops, okay. Okay, so that worked. But yeah, roll. Drop bomb shoe, and thank you, Thomas. I am gonna go over a faster strat you can do with this. But I don't do this in runs because it's very risky. Okay, so there I pulled it too late. But he's trying to react to him getting hit. Apparently I cannot do this. If you pull it a little bit earlier as well, it's fine. But you run the risk of actually you pulling it too early and you cannot hit him. Okay. If you miss that, just equip bow and shoot him. It's not that big of a deal. It's some time loss, but how am I messing this up? Wait, actually. I might be pulling it too. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I guess I was a little late on that. So do a quick reaction to when he gets damaged. But you definitely want to pull it after he gets damaged, and make sure you do that. So the thing to keep in mind is that sometimes it takes longer for him to take damage, and that's you say you pull bomb too early the time before. Okay, that there, my Casey was weird. But when it comes to the fast strat, I'm gonna see if I can do it here. Probably not with that position. I did not pull bomb. God. Basically, we want to push him to be as close to the door as possible. And for that, we need to go under him on the, not the last hit, but the one before that. So this one. Like this. The scary part about this though is that he can... The scary part is that I don't really know how this works. That's why I don't go for it in runs. Where he spawns is depending on your angle. When you go in some way. Okay, I missed that one. But if your angle is bad, he will spawn inside of the wall, and if you kill him then, the Poe will land out of bounds, and you are not able to get that Poe anymore. Which I would, unless you have this figured out, I would just recommend doing this strat like I showed earlier. But if you want to go for this, practice this a bit. What you basically do is on this next to last hit. Also, why am I missing that one? Next to last hit, you go below him and then kind of angle yourselves towards the corridor, and I guess try and get like a straight angle with the corridor whenever you're there. Okay, I kind of forgot to do it. But yeah, again, I don't know too much about it, but the important part is that after you throw the bomb on the next to last hit, you just go below him, wait for it to explode, and then pull a new bomb while you're walking towards the corridor. And it saves a couple of seconds. But yeah, you want to do Goron movement after picking that up. Give the big pull to this guy. If you go on the right side here, you can roll under and not get hit. And then use the equip milk, give the milk. Don't drink the milk, please. Here you want to equip stick, fire arrows, and ocarina. And then you want to work to Woodfall. That is not Woodfall. press right twice. If you like using nuts for reward, this is a good place to get nuts. Let's use this pot again. Equip Deku and Goron. Like normal. And fly over. You wanna keep fire arrows equipped here. Then you just wanna use Goron movement to move around. Go over here, equip hook shot. Here, the way I do this is I roll forwards. I shoot it and then I do a side hop right after I shoot. That puts me in a pretty good location to just hook shot the torch. The camera can be pretty weird when hookshotting that torch. So I would recommend taking a second just to react to how the camera is, or even target once. Like doing something like this. For this room, what I do is I roll down as Goron, turn human. What is that camera? Holy. I go up against this wall and I use two crouch stabs, and that puts me in a good position where I can hookshot the torches. Although I pull fire arrows first. And that is just to kill off the first dragonfly that comes. Like that. And then I hookshot the torch. I do it at least to check if there's a dragonfly coming. Nice. And I usually prefer actually waiting until the dragonfly comes, because then he can't mess me up while I'm missing all my shots. Holy. For this, where's my save state? Okay, so for this fight, I'm gonna show you what I did first, which is the spin attack version. And for this, I kind of positioned myself not central. And I do think this is position based, because there's two things Ward can do. He can either jump slash you right away, or do like an overhead slash right away, or he can do like a dance, which you want this overhead slash right away. So you try to have the same position every time, unless that position gives you the dance. So switch your position, please, if that happens. But I stand like right here, maybe a little bit forward, and then he does the like da 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 da, and he does that 3 times. Actually, damn. Okay, I'm gonna have to. There. He's gonna do the da 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 da, and he's saying the da da 3 times. He makes that noise 3 times. After the 3rd time, he's gonna do whatever he's gonna do, either the jump slash, or the overhead slash, or the dance. When he does that, I do one side up to the left, and here I jump slash, and then I spam quick spins. You could also, I haven't done this in like 2 years, I think, but you don't have to do this side hop. I'm gonna see if I can get it. So there I got the dance. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. I would just recommend do the side hop. If you know how to do it without the side hop, that's fine. If you get the dance, he will do 2 movements, and it is gonna be every time. He's gonna do two like jump movements, right? And then he's always gonna do overhead slash after that. So even if he does the dance, right after that you can side up and then quick spin again. So you can still do this strat even if you get better. If you mess up the quick spins, which I'm gonna do on purpose. Oh. Let's say I get these, then oh no. What I would do is do the exact same thing. Except don't do that. But that works as a backup. You can... I guess I did that a little bit too fast. Let me try that again. Maybe this position isn't that good. Wait. Let me try something else. Let me try to bring more forward. Holy. Maybe it is RNG. So... okay, never mind. I mash Shugi. I use mash B while spinning the stick. Okay, so yeah, I did it too late. You wanna make sure you do the jump slash before he finishes doing the overhead slash if you do the backup. Or no matter what you do. Okay, oh. Because otherwise that happens. I guess you could do it in like a rhythm. Oh my god. I don't like fully mash it, but I go like dun 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 dun. Like it's great explanation. But what you could also do is you could do side hop jump slash into crouch stabs. And you just do the one side like the I hate you. Okay, I haven't done that in a while. But you gotta time the second crouch, like the first crouch tab after doing the jump slash. Like that. Which is what I used to do. But... and it's definitely not a bad strat. Okay, I might be convinced that this is... or... if you want to, use the quick blow. Also a great backup. Oh, I guess I didn't store jump slash. But yeah, I used that strat. But the fastest of them is the quick spin. But yeah, unfortunately I don't really have a strategy to the quick spins. I kind of use spray, to be honest. Where states there? Now, we're gonna go to... your equips after this are gonna be Ocarina and Egg. Keep hookshot equipped. Yeah, definitely try that, Shuki. What am I doing? It's time for PF2. So I am sure that this is gonna have the wrong equips. Yep. Optimally, you would warp here and you would have something like this. After you warp here, equip Sora over Ocarina. Actually, optimally, you would do this equip before entering Odola, because the equips are closer. I think you should be on hookshot, so you would just go down here, boom, and then Ocarina. So you can either here climb up like this, and then you just do 2 side ups to the left, and then drop egg. What I recommend you do is, I guess I'll show it off first. That. And basically with this, I just hold the up right out of this. Once I target and hold up when climbing this, because I want to be like as far forward as possible. Then I hit left and A on the same frame, or I guess, I don't know if it has to be on the same frame, but close enough to each other. And then during the jump I switch to up. That makes Link kind of ride the wall, so he can jump further in some weird psychotic way. If you just hold left, that will not happen. But you want to be as far in as you can, which you will be if you just hold up during this jump. And then roll at switch to up. And then do 2 rolls to get to the middle and then drop the egg. Don't bonk there and don't talk to that. Holy. Okay, so the next strat is sexy boat strat. Make cool. Oops, I did too many dives. So here I do the exact same movement. Here though you cannot start dolphin diving directly. And what I look for here is there's 2 seagrass things right now. And once those are like kind of off screen, I start dolphin diving. I do 3 dolphin dives, and then I turn kind of a decent amount to the right, and also go down a bit. Guess before I do anything, I should probably just show it to show off how it looks like. Not like that. Not like that. Again, that happens if you dolphin dive too early. So wait for them to go off screen. Oh yeah, and I have hookshot equipped. So for this, I wait until those are off screen. 1, 2, 3. Turn right, go down, and then jump back up. This is just something that I feel like you gotta practice and kind of find your own cues for it. One thing I do recommend is going, like, aiming further right if you're having problems, because it gives you more to like space to work with. So here I turn kind of a lot to the right, and then I go up. Because if you land with an angle like this, is gonna be much easier to hit the jump compared to having an angle like this, because you're gonna just fall off on this side. Like that. Oop. And then the aiming part is just practice aiming. One thing that could help with that is pick a position where you know that the keg, like the thing, I guess it's a keg, where you know that it's gonna be eventually, and just wait. So what I do is I kind of... that was not a good way to show it. Oh my god. If he's about to hit you, don't be afraid of using shield, because he can fuck this whole trick up. So yeah, I just kind of wait for it to be aligned with where my shot is instead of just trying to flick aim it. But yeah, and then here you don't have Goron equipped, and you don't want to be Goron here. As if you did the other strat, you would have, or go the other way. If you don't do this, you just go to the same spot you did during the first trip here, but use hookshot to get in instead. Oops, I don't know why I did it like that. And then I think this is just exactly the same. A tip I can give for this is just make sure that the sword is gonna hit the wall on the way down from the jump slash. So the angle doesn't really matter. You can have like an angle like this. You can be more to the right. Just have it so you know that you're gonna end up here, and that the sword hits the wall on the way down of the jump shots. Because that is when the recoil like collision actually starts functioning. Which is, so if you do the jump slash and don't get a recoil at all, it just means that you were too close when you were doing the jump slash. This jump, which should be in the other tutorial as well. For this egg, this is a very specific egg. You wanna be, oh my god. I aim to be around, like, if we look from this perspective. So, wait, damn. Can I not target that? You want to be around like here and face the wall when you're trying to pick up this egg. And that's how you... So like up left or up right from the egg and face away from the egg. Otherwise you pick up the fish if you don't do that. Another way that I used to do it, which is slower, but I would roll up here, hook shot up there, and then I would do a side up left and then land, and this position also works. Oops. If you do this, you just roll a couple times. Okay, then we got Pinnacle Rock, which is just the dolphin dives, which I think The dolphin dives I'm actually not gonna go through because Beast already has a really good video on it. I would recommend just going to sellospeedruns.com, check out Beast's video on it. Yeah, grab this egg. Equip. I guess I should go over this one. For this one, you're gonna be over here. You're gonna have this and this equipped. I aim for the left part of this, and I spam Sora. This is not a good showcase. Great. Wait, let me load up the save state. So that is not the right equipment. Aim up here, turn Sora. Here I mash B to land as quickly as possible. The equips would be like this. I feel like they go for you much less if you're on like the left side that I hookshotted earlier. Make sure you just spam B out of transforming to Sora. And you can be like kind of by the chest when picking this egg up. And then you warp back and do the exact same thing again. Again, for Pinnacle Rock, go check Beat's video out. I might link that as well into the description. We'll see. Okay, and I think the next things I want to go over is Great Bay. Yeah. So, Great Bay is by far the hardest dungeon in the game. In this category and many other categories as well. There's a lot of stupid strats that we do. I'm gonna show off how you do them, and I'm gonna show off if you don't want to do them, what you could do instead. And a lot of it is gonna go over the same stuff like as Sooner did. The exact same strats, but yeah. Start off you start out with Hookshot, Goron, and Sora equipped. You equip Goron because this next room that's coming up. For this, we're skipping the first turn key. And how we do that, we're gonna ride that water wheel as Goron. So I'm gonna show you a setup to get up there first and then when to roll off. When you come into this room, I just hold down for a bit until I know I'm by the wall, and then I press target. I do one side hop left. Then I go into C up, and there's two white lines, one that goes higher than the other, one that stops like right when the water stops, and that's this white line right here. And I align the top of my clock with that line. WESS. Boom. And then you just want to dry roll into the water. I flick left in the water. You can wait until you're on top of this. Then I turn Goron. Shield turn up. And curl. Now, the platform that we want to go on top of is the one that's facing the most down right now. And my visual cue for when to start rolling is when it's just about to pass that red pipe that's behind it. Oh, that was very hard to do out of on pause. So you do the setup, turn go on. You wait for it to pass the red line, and then you're on top. Then for this, you can go very late for this roll. Your objective is to make it to the platform that's like in front of Link right now on the other side, on top. You can go like right now. If you want to, you can roll, or sometimes you get that where you roll on top of like the what is that called? I don't know. The part that is actually rotating the water wheel. If you do that, you swing off to the left once you're done. Wait, this might not. Okay, wait, we're good. Okay. But yeah, optimally you would not do that. But you line up with the line, roll into the water, turn left, and once it's passed, also make sure to, once you're off the elevator, go to neutral on your control stick, so you don't roll off on the other side of the like platform. So he comes to a stop, and then you just go. Hopefully I explained that good enough. Oops. So there I almost went too early. You can also go earlier when you're on the water wheel, but I would just play it safe, at least when you're starting out with this trick. Then you can play around, once you feel comfortable with it, you can play around with when you can roll off. I will say the further you get on the water wheel, because as you probably noticed, I get like different distances. And sometimes I'm very close to the ledge. If you're very close to the ledge on the other side, so you almost like fall off, you want to delay. Like here, I'm very close to falling off on the opposite side. You want to delay rolling off with this, because you get more height, and you don't have enough speed. But yeah, and the next trick, which I'm gonna show a few different versions of. One that I don't know as much, or I don't know. I don't do it in runs, so I don't know it as well. But here you wanna turn Sora, hold right, and when you're close to like the ledge, you just target and do a dry roll, and then press A again to drop. Press B to when you get into the water. Once the camera aligns to be straight, so like right now, you want to hold up, start holding A and target. And keep holding target throughout this, because basically what we're doing is restoring Link's angle in a way. So once we get out of the water, or once we stop swimming, he will default to that angle again. Then you want to go below this like platform, and once you're below it, turn left and start holding full down. And that will make you grab the ledge, and that is why we targeted, because if we didn't target, he would not switch his angle mid-air like that. So again, roll off, press B to start going down, up A target. If you get hit, you can also see that we go back to that angle because we stop swimming. So be careful not to get hit by the fishies. Boom. Another shot you can do that, again, I don't know too well. Oops. Is you don't have to press target for this, but this kind of works in the same way where how we release A to be able to swim again faster when we bonk the planks in Pirate's Fortress in the sewers. You want to kind of align, from my knowledge, you want to align like kind of straight with this like slope that's on, and once right before you're gonna hit it, you want to release A and then start going again. I'm gonna do it a couple of times because I'm not consistent at this. So I just do the same starting motion, except I don't hit. I don't hit target. My muscle memory is just defaulting to the movement I would do if I do the strat I actually do. But I guess you want to turn earlier. Why not? Somewhere like this. That was almost it. But you just want to release A, press A again. And I think you need a much more straighter angle than what I'm getting right now. Okay. Let me see if I can get it. Okay, no. Again, I would look at... Well, I don't know if Mateo does this in PB. Never mind. He does it in runs now, but... I think I'm dropping A too early. And I find the... There we go. No, never mind. Dude, fish. Okay. I find the target strat much easier. Unless you find a consistent way of doing this, or you find this easier and figure it out, I would just recommend doing the target strat. Either way, we go in here. And you want to do... You can either do a gainer right here. Die. It's a 1-frame gainer. Or I think doing it on the side like this is a 2-frame gainer. Since we don't have ice arrows yet, we can't make the slime and ice block. So we have to do a gainer to get up there. Also here, the movement here is kind of weird. I roll up left here, and I keep holding A out of the roll. And then I switch to up right, and keep holding up right to make my way down. Just make sure you keep holding A out of the roll. And that's just so you get a dive out of this jump. Okay, so here, this is how you get the boss key without using fire arrows at all. So even faster way of getting boss key. So we don't have to go back to this location again. Because normally in the other route you would save getting this boss key until after you get ice arrows, and you would go back here during the second half of GBT. It's getting late. So what I do, and then there's a couple different strats of doing this, or how you set up the angle, But I just keep the same angle from when I enter. And you're gonna have to know how to be pretty comfortable with holding kind of up left, but not fully up left, so you still get like this walk. You don't want this shuffle thing. You want to get like a diagonal walk. And what you're gonna still turn upright and jump over to this. I do a diagonal walk just to get in a better position here as well. So I do it slightly upright, and then I switch to slightly up left, or kind of a lot up left, but not fully up left. It's like right before you hit fully up left. And your goal is to get the like instant ledge grab. Sometimes this happens. I actually don't know the frame data for when you can jump slash. I don't know if it might be frame perfect. I'm not sure. But this is what you want. Another way of doing this is you can target this, do a down right, down left setup, and then do exactly the same thing. You can also use jump over here, target this wall, back up, up left, and then this would be, I guess, this is a little easier. Yeah, because you hold like more left than up left if you do that. So play around with it. See what works for you. This is also pretty like slightly different between controllers. Because different controllers have different notches, and some have really bad down right notches, and some have really good down right notches, or down left, or down up left. Side up off that, kill this guy and get the key. This is a fence strat, but it's basically this. Never mind. I can't do it. You can dive straight to like that to this water instead of landing on top. Basically how it works is you want to have a much more left angle than you normally would. And once you're about to hit the top, you hold target and right. It's not super necessary to go for, but I do it. It takes a little bit of time. If you don't get it, it's fine. I think how I usually fail it is like this, and if this happens, you side up. But I think it's really cool, and it saves time. Then you just make your way toward. Oops. It is sick. So here, I don't like using nuts for this fight. If you do, equip nuts over Sora here. If you don't use nuts, keep Sora equipped. And equip bow and bombs. I'm gonna try and... I suck at this fight. My PB loses a minute and 12 seconds to this fight. Or it does, not to this fight, but I usually end up losing. Like, I average around like 20 to 30 seconds of time loss on this fight. Basically, you're gonna have to find an audio cue. For when to pull the first bomb. And oh my god, that went really bad. Wait. And once it's about to explode, you basically want to throw the bomb while being under him. And you want to be as far under him as you can, basically. Like, kind of centered with him. Oh my god. Should I explain this? And then I mash bomb when throwing it until I pull out a new bomb. And that way you can get double hits. The first one is always the same, Spoon. The rest are RNG. Or it's like a various amount of time you can take. But the first one is always the same. What am I doing? I also have no audio right now, so why are you going away from me? Okay, so it might have looked like I've gotten the double hit, but that doesn't mean that I got the double hit. The way I know if I got the double hit is if he falls right now. And he didn't. So it might look like he takes damage twice, but it doesn't always do it. Also, I need to put on a better save state. But you just want to make sure that you're like completely like below him whenever you want to do the double hit. I'm actually gonna try and not mash bomb this time, because that's how I used to do it. And once I started mashing bomb, I haven't been able to hit it. Here, if you're low on health, make sure to get health from here. There's also a chance to get bomb drops, which we always take those. I forgot to put that on a better save state. I'm not gonna go too deep into ward. Okay, so there I got the double hit on the first one, but I missed the second one. If you get both of them, it means that you only need one shot on this phase. Also, that was really unlucky. But here, drop a bunch of bombs. Find some windows where you can shoot him. It's very hard to. You just gotta learn how to adapt. That was a really good fight. Like, I would definitely take that in a run and be very happy with it. But again, I'm not gonna go too much into it because I don't know enough about word and I suck at the fight. Look at how different runners do it. But yeah. And now starts the hard part of GBT. His normal movement here. Try to move closer to that guy while shooting him. And here you want to make your way back up to the top. It's basically on the opposite side of where we're exiting. So over here. So here you want to shoot an ice arrow. You can shoot down below here, but exit out of C up and get on the ladder. A little bit too far away. And then hold up during the cutscene. I like to hold shield so I don't jump back off because I'm holding up. So just hold shield during the cutscene because then he's gonna shield the first frame he can. The best way to exit out of C up here is by pressing Sora Mask. So it's not, don't press A, press Sora Mask to exit out of C up there. We're gonna end up here. I like to grab that magic, just for Gyorg. Oops. I climbed this ladder as human, because human usually climbs at least long ladders faster than Sora. So for this room, what I do is I C up and align myself anywhere between those two lines and those two lines. So this works, this works, this works. It's anywhere between there. Exit C up, walk, and then roll off and start holding down. I'm gonna do one dolphin dive, and before I get to do the second dolphin dive, I press B. Oh, wait, I'm stupid. See, I do the line up, jump off. Make sure to keep holding down when you press B. So I kind of go jump and now. That's gonna give you a high ledge grab as Sora. What you can do instead is not be Sora here. Hookshot this. Oh, never mind. I guess you kind of have to do this. Oops. Go over here. I guess you could equip Sora here to move faster, and you're gonna have to be Sora either way. And then just side up. But this strat isn't that hard. Once you get the timing down for when you press B, it's very consistent, especially if you use a C up. You can also do this setupless. You got a couple of frames, Spoon. Like, as long as it's before you like exit the water, I think you should be fine. Yeah, you can also do this by not setting up at all. Oops. I don't really know how to do that though. I haven't done that in a long time. But yeah. I just kind of do it right before he starts going up again. Here is do one dolphin dive to get back up. Ooh. Oops. And you can do the same thing here. But this one is to grab, it's the ledge on the lower turnkey there. Which again, I don't know how precise this is, but it's pretty lenient. Just hold up, or hold down, sorry. Once you enter the water, press beam. Boom. And here, so optimal equips here is Goron and Ocarina. And I'm gonna show you a trick, which if you don't do that trick, you equip, or there's two tricks coming up. If you don't want to do one of them, you want to equip ice arrows. If you don't want to do the other one, you want to equip fire arrows here. I'm gonna keep Ocarina equipped just to show you guys, but I'll also point out what different equips you want to do for the different strats. But either way, you want to have Goron here no matter what. Void is Goron. Here you just want to roll off to the right, or I hold up right. How the okay, that's the first. For me at least. I forgot to equip. Is go up right here and jump off into the water. Oh my god. Go down a bit. Oh. Okay, guess we're doing this. So here, okay, how should I explain this? So our objective here is to skip shooting the ice arrows. Once I get around like here, I start holding left and then switch to fully down. I kind of use the pot as a pseudo visual cue. So here I want to turn right, and then you want to mash jump slash. And that's the first part of the trick. And this, if you don't want to do this, you want to equip ice arrows. With Goron and yeah, when you equip Goron instead of Ocarina, you equip ice arrows. So you want to jump slash. Here I do a one roll and then drop off to like the spinning part here. You want to loop back around to the other side and then jump to where the door is. And if you're good, you land up there without having to grab the ledge, or if you're fast enough. I think the hardest thing for me, honestly, was to kind of get used to avoiding these explosives. Which is like step one. Knowing where to swim for these explosives. Oh my god, that's... Don't do that. But yeah, I kind of like to swim very low here. Hold right to up, do one roll, drop off, and then boom. That's kind of, it's very hard to explain this trick because it's very, very like forward of what you need to do. But you just gotta get used to moving on top of the platform. Stop doing that. One other method which I don't like as much is you jump straight from there to during the roll, which also works. If you prefer that better, just make sure not to jump over it. But yeah, and I actually don't know. There's other strats for this that are slower but faster than shooting ice arrows. I do not know how to do them. if you don't do this, use equip ice arrows or learn one of the other strats. Next up is how to... That's not the right movement at all. It's how to skip fire arrows in this room. You probably should already know how to do this, which is easier. But this second one is very precise, and basically all of it is just depending on where you land on the seesaw at the top here. I kind of aim to land like right here, I think. Nice. And there's a couple of different ways you can do this. Once I land, however, I roll down right, and I don't target for this. Some other people do. But how I do it is I roll down right, then I switch to upright. But if you target, you want to switch to up. And kind of like, if you get that angle, you kind of want to go like up left. I just find it more straightforward not targeting at all, because it's always going to be like the same inputs, no matter what angle you get. But yeah, you basically want to land up, when you go up there, you want to land in a position where you're close enough so you get off the like elevator as quickly as possible, but far enough away so you can get a full roll. Or a full speed roll, I should say. And not get like a small hop roll. And that's like all I can explain. So, but like land like around here. And then you want to do a very fast roll. I'm trying to, I should probably, what's like a visual cue I could use? I don't know. That's like, I'm trying to find a better way to explain this, but it's... I guess I could go over, apparently, let me try this. You can also do this. Yeah. If you don't like that strat and you want something easier, you can also equip Deku Mask and line up before, so you don't have to worry about the angle that you're going. But yeah, that would mean an extra equip, but it would still be faster than shooting the fire arrows. But yeah, and then we're basically done with GBT. There's just one more strat here. Normally, I think, or at least before I did this strat, I did something like this, where I use side up from there and then roll. Another thing you can do is side up right here and let go of target, but hold shield and right. So like that. This will put you over here. You can shield turn left, side up left, and then back walk. Or you could do a backflip that you need to cut off, not too early, because then you don't get as much distance as you need, but you don't want a full backflip either, because that happens. And then you can do side hops from there. Like this. But I would just recommend doing the backwalk method. After this, we just go to Georg. I guess there's one more thing here that speeds. Oh my god. So you can go on a faster cycle here. Oh my god. Problem is I'm good at this game. At least decent. And basically what you do is you want to roll off as quickly as possible. You want to line up so you're like in the middle of the water stream. And you want to roll off as early as possible. Don't make sure not to hold A during this roll. Just tap it and then tap it again once you are at the top. And you roll up and get a ledge grab. So I hold like up right here, switch to up. Roll, roll, boom. Super easy time save. So for ward, optimally, I'm not gonna go over the bow strats because all you do is turn human and shoot him as and stun him as with bow. I will, however, go over Sora strats, even though I don't really know how to explain it. But you wanna throw. Ultimately, you use Sora fins to stun him. And you want to throw much earlier than you would if you were using bow. And then you basically, for the stun or the stun lock, you kind of want to, I kind of aim diagonally towards him and then mostly towards his head. If you go late, that's what happens. So you kind of want to pre-fire it and get used to the timing. So you go like kind of diagonally and towards his head. Oh. Not do that one. Something like that. And here, hold down out of this cutscene. And then once you get control of Link, start holding A, not before. So after he turns, just hold A and keep holding A until you grab. That has never happened to me before. Holy. Okay. Let's do that again. Yeah, hold down on this. As soon as you see Link turn, you start holding A. There we go. And that will make him try to attack you right away. So you gotta be kind of fast here. And go again. And then this is the exact same thing. Here, you can kind of go towards more of his body and not screw up like I did. Oops. I also like to take damage here because we're gonna do a Death Warp after Elegy. So taking some extra damage is just easy time saving. There you go. That's Wart. I don't want to watch this cutscene, so let's get past it. For Ikana Castle. So this is why you want to have... Okay, so this says it doesn't. But the reason why I want to have Ocarina equipped and not equip anything else is just because you can warp here right away. You don't have to... It saves 2 equips. But yeah, you equip Goron. I like getting this magic here, because right now we... At least on these save states, you don't have enough magic. The gainer, like normal. Here I like to equip fire arrows. That's new. Thank you, Meteor. So for this thing, you can kind of speed this up a little bit. Major slash, target the wall. You can use a side hop ledge grab to grab this ledge here. Just to skip taking damage an extra time. Like that. And you will get a pop-up out of that. He actually doesn't grab the ledge. But he's gotta get used to how many steps you want to take before rolling. And if you fail it, it's not the end of the world. Just... Oops. You don't want to take too many steps, because that will just interrupt your roll. From here you wanna just roll left and then mash Sora, and then mash bow. If you're lucky, you get a bow pull out of this, like that. Ooh, oh, shit. If you don't get the bow pull, it's not the end of the world. It saves a couple of frames, I think. I equip my keg here. Oops. Go around about here, just throw it left. Here's also a good place to equip. You want to equip bomb shoes and sticks. Also, that's another place to get a good place to take damage. Just by not holding that direction when you land, you take half heart damage. So this fight is very scary. I've lost a lot of runs to this fight. because I played too aggressive, and you want to take damage from either Egos. Egos is faster because he does a full heart. But I do take some damage from the two other guys. Here I'm at 2.5 hearts. So I would probably just take 1 damage from these guys, and then 1 damage from half heart from these guys, and then a full heart from Egos. Like this. Never mind. Okay. In this situation, I would just take half a full heart from Egos. I would do that as like right before the last hit though, just to be safe. This is kind of bad. I guess this works. Hit me one. Okay. Let's do that again. Oh. Wait, let me redo that. Where is he? Oh my god. Let's try that again. Normally, one of the guys that does like a jump attack, like right at the start here. And I kind of use that to take damage, whenever I remember. Oops. You can also take damage in between this, but I would recommend doing that after killing Egos, if you need to. The only important part is you need free bomb shoes in the Stone Tower. Where is he? I actually need him to be closer. So here I want to take 1 damage from Egos. He's running away. I need him closer. Like that, and I would... Oh my god, please. And then I would take 1 damage like that. I think after this I'm gonna skip straight to Stone Tower, because I think there's not really anything special in climbing Stone Tower. I guess I could, yeah, or I guess I should go through this. Here you basically just want to explode the chew off of the statue. So we just turn around, drop a shoe, and then die. If you have more health, you can damage down either by doing the backflip thing again, or slashing the chew like that. I prefer doing the slash, but if you want to do the backflip that we did to take damage, you can do that instead. Okay, let's go to Stone Tower. Again, this is one of the reasons why this is meant for more people that have done a couple of runs already, or are you looking for new strats. I expect you to know some things. Let me do equips like I usually do. Yeah, the start is normal. No more stuff. Use the chew enemy to explode this. We do want to do another death warp. Oops. So I don't get any health here. It's also not the end of the world if these guys hit you. I do need to take, for what I like to do, I do need to take half a heart more damage, so you could like go against this guy, take damage that way. I play Song of Time before Elegy here, because Elegy will cut off during this screen, or that screen that popped up there, you cannot pause to do equips. But pulling Ocarina again cuts that out. Or I don't know if it's pressing the switch, but something about it makes that shorter. So you can do equips right after. And yeah. With this strat that we're gonna do, you wanna equip Sora and Bomb Shoes. Roll and then enter here. So for this strat, this is a very easy strat. I think everyone should do this. I target here and then side up left, and then around about like right here. So like right before I enter like the very dark. Like part of the floor, I drop a shoe, so it would look something like this. Side up twice. Just drop 3 shoes to kill them. I don't know if I actually got that. Okay, I did. But yeah, and that first shoe will kill off the 2 behind this stone block. And then you can use the Goron. Wait here. And I think if you stand here, okay, that guy gets to you. If you stand in certain spots, they can't get past like that corner. If you need to take more damage, this is also a good place of doing that. You can like stand like right here, take damage. But I recommend everyone do this. Play around a little bit with it. It's not hard. And you don't need to choose for anything else past this point. And that also skips opening up the roof. And I look to be around like 2 hearts here. Okay, so for this stupid ass room. I hate this room. You wanna hit the first 2 like that. After this, you wanna go human and climb up this thing, and this will keep the bows from hitting you while you're charging up like the mirror. I aim to be like right around the middle of this. So there's like a cross in the middle here, and I just use that as a visual cue for where I want to be. Then I go into C up, align the clock with the left part of the mirror, and then count to 8 head bobs. So if you look at Link's head when he holds shield, he like does like a breathing motion, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then you want to roll off, and as soon as I roll off, I shield drop a bomb and hold. So you want to hold target while doing that, because otherwise you can't shield drop the bomb. But after you shield drop the bomb, you want to release target, and you want to hold left during that jump. And when you land. So when you land, you want to hold left and shield. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Shield drop, hold left, and shield. And that will explode the... Hopefully that will explode the boss behind you, and it will line up perfectly for you to hit the mirror. It's also... You are able to back it up even if it does... If it doesn't explode the boss. Because it's very easy for you to just go over here and boom. But that's something you gotta get used to. But yeah, with this like semi-pseudo setup, you don't have to worry about having to aim anything for the second mirror. 5, 6, 8. And it usually kills off all the bows. Here, if you are at you want to be at least at 2 hearts here, or at most 2 hearts, I would say. If you're above 2 hearts, there's a couple of things you can do to damage down. You can not hold anything while falling here, so you can do this. Or whenever you're... Oops. Whenever you're over here and gonna turn human, you can spend some time in the lava to damage down. But if you're at 2 hearts, just keep going. Oops. I am dumb. And you want to do a bomb boost here. Equip Deku, and you want to backflip. And that will put you up in there and skip the whole flying section. And the reason why we want to be at 2 hearts here, because with that bomb boost, you're at 1.5 hearts, and you only need to take damage once from the Garo. If you were at 1 heart, you don't have to take any damage from the Garo. And yeah, you wanna keep bombs equipped, and you wanna equip ice arrows and stick. Roll into him, shoot there, take damage from this. You will get iframe, so he can't hit you with that attack, and then you just kill him again, or you hit him again. That's worth practicing, but. And try to time that as good as you can. You want like at least big blue to be able to get the fast death for this. If you don't get it, it's not that big. It's much tighter than the one we did in Woodfall, so. You just want to exit. Equip light arrows and hookshot. Keep stick equip. So we're gonna use that later. Here you want to get some magic. Maybe bombs if you're low on it. I usually use spin attack in the middle. Hit those. That's mostly... So above Blink right now, it's very hard to see, but it's like a white line that's coming out of Link's head right now. If I go further away, it might be easy to see. And that is what I use for my visual cue for this. It's like this white patch right here. Let me see how it looks on OBS because I have no clue. Yeah, it's, or at least it's visible for me in OBS. So I line up with that. I do quick draw bow on my way here. Then I shield turn down, and you want to do 2 full like shield rolls, which is just you hold up during holding shield, release shield, press A, and repress shield. Oops. And then you want to aim like right here. So you see the top of Link's, like the left part of Link's bow, so like the little pointy bit. You want that to be kind of aligned with the edge on the ground, like the end of the ground, I guess, where the horizontal line goes. During the pause here, you want to equip Goron Mask. Make sure to repress target during unpause lag and then press A, or both at the same time. I'll show that again. Again, come over here. The most important thing there is the magic. Line up with the white line. 2 full rolls. I just kind of flick. I kind of flick up, and then wait until it's aligned when I do the pause. Then you just roll, and it should work. And then you just roll over these as human. I'm not sure if what I'm doing at the start of Universal Tower is good or not. But I turn Goron here and do this first rolling bit as Goron. Here I flick up right, shoot, and then side up left. So what you can do here, there's 2 different ways of doing this. One is slower, one is faster. You either just target this ball and use that as like a setup, or you can use line up yourself and side up from here. I do an inverted side up for that. So I flick right and then press target up and A. And I switch to left after that, just to get the distance. Then one more, and then jump slash. Okay, so here, how I set this up is, using C up for this, I don't think it's very necessary at all, because how I do it makes it pretty easy, I think. So I pull stick here, and I do this jump slash with stick, because we need to store stick either way, or store stick jump slash either way. And I go to around about here, then switch to upright, flick down, and that's like my angle that I use. And make sure to hold up during this jump slash, because it makes it much more lenient. And now I need to think, because I need to think of a way to explain early Igor. Early Igor is really weird, because, I don't know, some stuff feels like it should hit, but it doesn't hit. And some stuff that feel like it shouldn't hit, does hit. But basically, right after you do that side hop, you want to go over here, wait for him to stop, and where he does like his shooting animation, right? And shoot him, I guess. And then usually you can aim like just slightly more right than what you already did. And the same thing goes for this one. I kind of go up a little bit for this one. It's very hard to explain how to aim, but you want to like favor a little bit more left compared to his actual eye. And then you switch a little bit to the right. For the second shot, I would recommend going a little bit further up, but I think just going a little bit right should work. It's like you're not... For the second shot here, you're not really aiming for... his eye. You're aiming for, like, if he stood up straight, where his eye would be, right? So you're not directly hitting his eye, but like the light rays of the light arrow hits his eye. Which is like the best way I can explain it. And from after doing early Igor, I do a side hop right and then a backflip, because that puts me right by the door. And from here, most of the time you can just hold right and then press A. And one thing, a good thing about doing early Igor now is that you don't have any magic, so you can use spam arrows on these guys. Pick up hearts if you need to. And then this fight. So you can get double hits on this fight. From what I know, it's only worth to do it once, because basically you want the bats to be far enough away after shooting the light arrows, so you have time to do it after you do the first hit. So you shoot him right away, roll into him, and then hit him again. From here on out, you just do singles. Oh, you roll into him. Okay, so after every hit, you want to roll into him. Sorry. It's getting pretty late here. So, hit him, roll into him, hit him again, roll into him, shoot another light arrow, roll into him. Try to like kind of move yourself closer to the door as you do all of this. But yeah, if you wanted to do more double hits than one, you would have to wait much longer between hits, which I think kind of evens it out, and it's harder, or like it's more weird. So I don't do it. I do it for the first one because you don't have to wait. But I forgot what I was doing. I've also seen some people use shield. I think rolling's faster, but shield might be easier to do. So you could do something like this. That's that fight. I guess one nice thing about only doing double hits is that you get like a lot of extra magic if you mess something up. Because you need one less arrow per hit. Or per double hit, I guess. I've always preferred rolling into him. And I like doing my singles. I guess... Okay, I thought I could do it. One more time. For the fans. I don't know, my timing, when I timed it, oh my god. I got it to be about the same speed. But I'm not sure which one is faster. So here turn Goron. Get the boss key. I'm gonna show how, like, just show the fight of Twin Mold. I don't really know how to explain it, and I don't think it really needs that much explanation. I think. Practice Twin Mold. It's a hard fight, but it's mostly just technical. Try and avoid those guys if you can. If you get hit, it's not too bad. It doesn't matter if you jinx here or not. A quick hook shot and fire arrows. Get into this corner here. And from here, you can kind of do like a semi-pixel shot to get up to the chest. And if you fucked up early Igor, you would do it there instead. And if you did early Igor on the way back, instead you would have to go down and get the pots for magic. So if you did early Igor the second time, you would do something like this. Get the magic. And come over here. But if you got it the first time, you just do it. Go here right away. Skip the pots. Yeah, I start off with shooting, oh my god, shooting 2 fire arrows, but missing, apparently. You can hit both of those shots. I don't know how to do the bomb strat for this, to be honest with you. I haven't done it in like years. But I think since you have, oh my god, it's not that great. Since you have fire and ice arrows, both of them, go for safe shots, especially if you're starting out. Trying to waste too much magic. In practice, however, try to do YOLO stuff, figure stuff out. Try to just go as fast as possible. Try to like just throw shots away, I think. And once you feel comfortable enough to do that in runs, do that in runs. Yeah. So, if If you use a bomb, it's a good thing if you want to save magic and want as much magic as possible for the fight. I think, let me actually try that, because I might know how to do this. Don't do that. Okay, that would crash my game. Why am I going this direction? With the bomb compared to doing 2 arrows at the start, it's still the same amount of hits. You still have to do 2 hits afterwards. Normally it will look like this. Just do 2 hits like that. I hold up left for this, spam bow, aim up, shoot, and then shoot again. I think that's how you do the bomb thing. You just hold left and do something like that. I don't know. Okay, that does not hit. That does it. Okay. So he's walk a little bit. I don't know, I've never liked this strat. But it gives you more magic to work with. Yeah, it doesn't save time. You're still gonna have to wait for another cycle, and yeah, I don't know. If you want to go for that, go for that. If you feel like you need the magic, if you feel confident enough in the fight, do the 2 arrow start. But yeah, now it's just Majora. Then we're done. I'm not gonna go over movement to Majora. But yeah, after first phase, equip Ice Arrows and Ocarina. Keep Goron equipped. If you have bombs equipped, so if your equips, this is during Twin Mold, is something like this. Okay, and hookshot there. You would equip not Pharaohs. Boom, Ocarina, and then Goron. Okay, for Majora, there's 2 different strats that I know that you can do, which one of them Sunar went through. So I'm just gonna go over the bomb strat, which I just now started implementing into my runs. It saves a couple of seconds and it's not super useful until later, but if you want to go for it now, you can go for it now. Or if you want to, yeah, you go for it whenever you want to go for it. It's not too hard. And the strat, I'm going to go over the whole fight, but the strat is mainly for just the mask phase. But you start off as normal. One thing I will say about Majora, I always try to shoot him into a corner, and I try to avoid the center of this wall, so this part. So I try to always shoot him into a corner like that, because he can get stuck into that like hole behind him, and I think that has happened to most runners at some point. But yeah, basically what you want to do here, you want to shoot that light arrow, and as soon as you can, you want to pull a bomb. So shoot, pull up bomb. Then when you get close, throw it, and shoot again. Then turn Sora again. Throw some more fins. Pull up bomb as quickly as you can. Oops, okay. So I think that just meant that I didn't pull it out fast enough. Yeah, I'm not super comfortable with this strat, or I don't really know what I do wrong most of the time. But yeah, after the first 2 hits, you still want to go Sora, because it's much easier. I don't know if you can stun him with bombs after this, but or during the start of I guess phase 1.5. Yeah, I like turning Sora here again. And that's because you can do a quick stun strat. You can also do it with a spin attack. I will show it off. As Sora, where you just wanna hold shield. You can hold it during this whole cutscene, I think. But as soon as phase 2 starts, you wanna use Sora shield to stun him again. Like that. Here, equip stick. And then if you want to use a bomb to stun him again, do that. If you want to pray that your crush stabs stun him, do that. And then during this phase, pretty simple. Same as Sooner tutorial. Just pray. Oh, that was actually my fault. Or actually not really, but if this happens, just hold shield until it's done. Shoot him when you can. I'm actually getting obliterated. I am actually getting obliterated. I thought that was the last hit. I didn't count that. Stop hitting me. Okay. But yeah, that's like about it. Like I said, you can also use a quick spin. I don't do that, so I don't really know how that works. But it is possible. So if you want to skip that last transform, you can do that. Which it's faster to do the quick spin if you get it. But I feel like the Sora Mask one is more consistent. Not with the RNG part, but just like... Yeah. Wait, I think I have to actually sort out... I think that would make this a lot easier. So I'm gonna try and see if I can get it. Like that. I guess. Something like that. Boom. Now let me see if I can get a better bird face this time. Never mind, Ow. Like that. But okay. That's the very scout tutorial, and I hope I explained everything correctly. I'm not gonna do a normal YouTube like stereotypical YouTube outro, but yeah, I'm gonna keep this completely uncut because I don't have the patience to edit. This will go straight from Twitch to YouTube. If anyone has any questions at all about absolutely anything, DM me on Discord or ask in the Discord server. I think a lot of people are happy to help. I am happy to help. Again, this is a tutorial for runners that have some experience with the game, knows the route at least. If you are completely new, go check out Sooner's tutorial. I will link that.